right. Unrelated, but let me send you a funny picture.
Wow.
I thought that was pretty good.
That is pretty much par for the course. Let me tell you.
So I guess a lot of subreddits have shut down today in protest. So that means the
What?
Nuggets, a lot of subreddits have been shut down today by their
Yes.
mods.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
So that means Nuggets fans can't even like gloat. Hey, drop top. Like Nuggets fans are gonna have to go to a better website if they want to celebrate their victory. Hey, Raga. Hey,
Very
Beastie.
amusing. That's probably another reason why a lot of people are on Twitter right now.
Mm,
They're not leaving their retarded takes on Reddit where it belongs.
right. Do you think we will trade for any D lineman before this season? I don't really think we have room under the cap. Like, there's not a heck of a lot left we can do to clear cap space that isn't like overextending ourselves. So I kind of don't think so. No.
I don't understand what he means. Defensive linemen? What you mean, guys like Hassan Whiteside?
Yes.
Guys, we're still in basketball mode. No football talk allowed for the next 3 minutes.
He's kidding, by the way. But
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm just
I
playing.
mean, the nice thing about basketball, and this is also true for hockey as well, the off season is short. Like, the off season, we have 10 days, and then the draft will be here. And then after the draft, free agency starts like a week later. And then by the time free agency winds down, I think the summer league is actually almost underway at that point. Yeah. Well, everybody, Snacks' flag is flying at half staff today, and no, that does not mean anything dirty. So be aware of that. But it was a fun season.
I have to just become a full-time Embiid hater.
You'd be good at it. No, Ryguy. I think if anything, the NBA is going to reduce the number of games because the 82 game season's already kind of a mockery because of all the load management.
I think they should increase the season to 100 games to punish the load management.
Yeah. Um.
Also, so that someone could fucking make sure that LeBron's name's off that fucking record.
mhm.
Take it back.
Yeah. See, this is the thing that's good about Tom Thibodeau. He's like load management. What the hell is that? He plays all his players 48 minutes a game, every single game. Even when they're up by 10 in game one of a playoff series with 1 minute left, Derrick Rose is still driving the lane.
Exactly. Yeah, somebody said that no one was ever going to beat Wilt Chamberlain's record for how many minutes he played in the season. Tom Thibodeau said, "Yeah, we'll see about that." Like, not only am I going to beat it once, I'm going to beat it 5 times, every single one of my starters.
Yeah, right, guy. That's actually a really interesting debate, and I had that with my me and Snacks' a mutual friend one time. I was saying, oh, if only Derrick Rose had been taken out of that game against the Sixers when it was garbage time, he wouldn't have gotten hurt. because he got hurt with a minute left. And then my friend said, like, well, if somebody's going to get hurt, they're going to eventually get hurt. You're only delaying it. You can't actually, like, make it not happen just by pulling them out. If it doesn't happen at this moment, it's going to happen at another moment. It's going to happen eventually if it's an injury-prone player like Derrick Rose clearly is.
It's not so much that he was an injury-prone player because of what the injury was. It was an ACL tear, and ACL tears can be freak happenstances. Now, the thing is, with his athleticism and the way that he played and what he did, it was probably inevitable that it was going to happen. However, there's no guarantee that it would. And it happened because it was a hop-step move, which is a very common move in Derrick Rose's arsenal. Heavily reliant on athleticism and creating a lot of force and pressure that could have easily ended up tearing the ligament sooner or later, as he would end up continuing to tear the ligaments as time went on. There's no guarantee that it happens, though. There's no guarantee that it doesn't happen. It was a freak happenstance, freak injury. So were the other times that it happened. But once it happens once, your body starts to, like, compensate, the other one's weaker and all that kind of shit. It creates a cascade failure.
The thing was, the Heat had by far the worst record in the league the Rose draft year, so they got fucked out of getting him by the lottery. And then the way everything plays out, it's just kind of interesting how that ends up working out, that Miami is the team that kind of reaps the rewards of him not being able to stay healthy in a way.
It's why I once again say that the lottery shouldn't be a thing. Just make it based off of record, because the play-in's done a hell of a lot more to make sure that teams don't tank than the lottery ever has. Because teams that are bad are going to be bad, but teams that happen to be bad and they didn't need to be, they just had injuries go the wrong way. Like, you remember when the Warriors unironically tanked? They sat Steph for an entire season when they didn't need to because Clay was going to be out for most of the season.
Yeah.
And they were all like, well, fuck it, we'll barely be fighting just to get a playoff spot, which means we'll be playing our toughest competition in the first round, and we'll probably be doing it without Clay, because if he comes back, it'll be in time for the finals. So, fuck it.
Right.
They wouldn't have needed to do that kind of shit if the play-in was taken more seriously. I think it was a thing by then when they did it, but if they took it more seriously to begin with, then they probably could have been sitting here thinking, we're not going to have to work that fucking hard as long as we're around the play-in, just keep trying and trust that we'll be able to make it back in time for Clay. They wouldn't have needed to fucking tank as shamelessly as they did, which was baffling considering the same team that has an active, ongoing dynasty actually just throws one season away in an objective, shameless tank.
Thing was, they got nothing out of it because the guy they drafted was a colossal bust.
Exactly. So, fucking... Miami, with what they did this season, I hope really gets people thinking about things in a better way. Alright, I'll be right back.
Yeah, Butler's playing through some shit. I can't get too upset at him. The Heat, they're just, even with a healthy Butler, they're not as good as this Nuggets team is like. I mean, well, okay, they're not like super stacked or anything, but they are. For the team that they have, it works really well together. Kind of like that, Blazers team with Bill Walton. They're the only guy who made the Hall of Fame on that Blazers team that won the title was Bill Walton. So it's not like it was a super stacked team, but they were as stacked as they needed to be. Oh god. God damn it. No. No, get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. Why do you jump backwards, you asshole? Nice. Extra assistance. I mean, not really, but they certainly have had the profile of a small market team over the last 50 years, right? Because they haven't even played in the finals before this season. For a team to be around for that long and not play in the finals once, like, maybe you're not a small market team, but it sure feels like it, don't it? Like, how do you not make the finals once? Like, how do you not make the finals once on accident over a 50-year span? It's crazy. Can't believe how bad Michael Porter Jr. played for most of these finals, though. That was brutal. Alright, let's go on foot for a while here so I don't have to worry about crap like batteries. Kind of more trouble than it's worth. Alright, let's see here. God damn it. Get back here. There we go. Thank you. Oh, god damn it. This is gonna take forever. Yeah, Spo could be a lifer. I don't know why Miami would ever let him go. I don't know why he would willingly want to leave Miami. Unless it gets to a point where, like, he has, like, 6 championships in Miami and he's like, I've done everything I can do here. Let's, like, that's the only scenario where I could see something like that happening with Spo.
I was going to go get alcohol, but I sat down in my car. I realized this isn't going to make me feel any better.
It would make you feel
just
better.
Waste money. Just be a waste of money, so I said fuck it.
Okay. That's fair. Probably the right decision. You know, Big Country, like I've said this before and I'll say it again, there aren't exactly a lot of historically great NBA coaches. You have Phil, you have Popovich, you have Red, and you have Pat Riley. So it's really not that hard to get on the quote-unquote Mount Rushmore. So, yeah, I agree. Like, I don't even know who 5th place is. Like, it could be Spoelstra. If it's not Spoelstra, it might be Rudy Tomjanovich, Larry Brown, the guy who coached the Minnesota Lakers when they won 5 titles.
Spoelstra is not the 5th greatest coach of all time. He is the 1st greatest coach of all time.
He did participate in the decision to let Myers Leonard go. You have to hold that against him. I was actually very surprised to find that Myers Leonard is still in the NBA. He actually played a little bit last year for Milwaukee.
Not Boston?
I can't believe Kyle Lowry's 37 years old. So, because that you were talking a little bit about him last night, I was reading about Bill Laimbeer yesterday. Or, well, this morning, I guess. He was actually a really good free throw shooter. Like, he was one of the best free throw shooters in the entire league, not just at his position.
Yes. You don't really see a player archetype like Bill Laimbeer anymore, which is a guy who was not the premier scorer on his team when his team was most effective, but could on any particular given night actually fucking pop off. Like, before those Pistons teams became the championship winners, back when they were dueling with the Celtics and they were still Larry Bird's bitch, Laimbeer was basically the leading scorer for the team. When the series would go back and forth, the Pistons would win a game here, the Celtics would win a game there. The Celtics, Larry Bird was always the leading scorer. Bill Laimbeer was always the leading scorer. They had a huge rivalry because even though they didn't play against each other in college, they were the two biggest names in the state of Indiana in college basketball. Bill Laimbeer playing for Notre Dame, Larry Bird playing for Indiana State. So, Bill Laimbeer, um, in that sense, offensively, very unselfish of a player and just wanted to win. And he admitted numerous times that all the hard fouls and the trash talking and the goading and the complaining to the refs, all the things people hated, was he was just like, I did it because it worked. I was a competitor and I wanted to win. And I did win. But it didn't make me any friends out there, but I don't care because I wasn't there to make friends. I was there to win and make money.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is when you listen to him talk, especially after his career was over, you realize this isn't actually like a bad person. This is just a
Right.
guy who found out this is what I'm going to have to do to be successful in the NBA. Kind of like Bruce Bowen. You know, Bruce Bowen didn't want to hurt anybody. He was just like, well, I'm going to have to play like this in order to be successful in the NBA. I don't have enough
Now,
skills otherwise.
right. Now, people don't have positive opinions of flopping, but imagine if flopping was considered the most classless thing you could do in all of professional sports. Like, it is literally so high up on the classless level that if you were if you were a premier flopper, and you were basically like persona non grata, like no one anywhere even wants to talk to you. Even your own teammates will shun you, even if you win. James Harden still would have done it, and even though people would hate him so much, he'd still be like, dude, it just worked, man. Like, I wanted to win.
Aha.
His career in Detroit ended because he got in a fight with Isaiah Thomas in practice. And he decided, maybe I need to step away before this gets worse. Although they did make up, like they're still like cool with each other and all that. You remember that clip that Earl kept posting of Sasha Vujacic, or however you pronounced it? Like he was getting defended by Ginobili, and Ginobili like put his hand like 18 inches away from Sasha's face, and Sasha just snaps his head back like he got shot and gets the foul. And Earl was like so proud of him.
Yeah, taking one from the master right there. And that's another thing. Even though Manu Ginobili was like basically the best flopper who ever lived, I've been watching a lot of stuff about Ginobili over the last couple of weeks, and it's easy to forget because it's so prominent now. He was the one that brought the Eurostep as a technique over to the NBA. And it's something that is so prolific that basically everyone who's a high volume scorer does it, regardless of even if they're at an all-star level. Like, kids in high school do it, fucking NCAA do it. And it's all because that guy, I mean, I don't think he invented the Eurostep, but he brought it to the NBA, and, you know, you can give him all that kind of credit. It's all like, the dude should make the Hall of Fame just for that alone. It's fucking incredible.
Manure Ginobili.
You can't spell manure without the manu. Oh god, I still love that Libetard rant. That's another reason I wanted us to win. Damn it, the fucking Lakers got to win a championship 10 years after their last one. And we don't get to win one 10 years after our last one? What, do we need Wade to die in a helicopter accident?
Wait, would he be willing to sacrifice himself like that?
I already sacrificed his kid, he might as well.
Oh boy.
I'm gonna get in trouble again.
Gilbert. I remember back in, like, I think this was right after LeBron left the Heat to go back to the Cavs. They were doing this, series of poll topics on the NBAB. Who is the greatest player in franchise X's history for each franchise? And I remember LeBron won for the Heat, and Ninja was like, just completely disgusted by it. He was like, "Are you guys fucking kidding me?"
Yeah, that is, and that's the thing is, LeBron fans and... Oh god. LeBron fans have always been very obnoxious. But of course they're going to show up and say he was the best player in Miami's history. And it's like, okay, aside from obviously Dwayne Wade, there are still other people that I would want to put over LeBron in terms of their importance to Miami in their history. Is he the best player ever? Then yeah.
Yeah, but he was only on Miami for 4 seasons.
Exactly. So when you sit there and say, you're not asking the question, who's the most talented player to ever play on this roster? You mean who's the best player in the history of this franchise? Then it becomes an exceedingly different question. Just in terms of the grand scheme of things, I really don't think that LeBron should have his jersey retired by Miami. He probably would. But, like, I would say even Bosch was more important to the Miami's history because he stayed.
Yeah. I mean, it seems kind of weird to say now because he did so much there. He ended up being a hired gun for the Heat. Like, even more so than somebody like KG on the Celtics. Be like if they held that poll topic for the Wizards and people voted Michael Jordan. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, yeah, he's the best player to ever play for the Wizards.
Yeah, exactly. It's all like, who's the most talented player to ever end up on this roster? Then, yeah, okay. But, when you sit there and say who was the best player in the Washington Wizards history, I'd put somebody like John Wall over Michael Jordan because he was way more relevant to that franchise.
Yeah.
And sitting there and being like, okay, I mean, obviously, every guy whose jersey we've got retired already. Fucking, Hardaway and Alonzo before LeBron showed up. But then after he showed up, now we've got Wade and we've got Bosch, and I'm like, obviously Dwayne Wade is the most important player and the best player in the history of the Miami Heat franchise. We're all just gonna ignore how he left, but he's... The fact that on his way out he gave us the purple shirt guy game, that shit makes me want to cry, man. I love that guy.
Conti asks, would you trade the 3rd pick for Zion? I kind of feel bad for Zion, and I want to get him out of fucking,
Oh, hell no, dude.
I want to get him out of New Orleans.
Not after the fucking shit that happened. That might genuinely hurt his long-term prospects to go to a competitive team. New Orleans will no doubt keep him because they'll never be relevant, and they already threw a ton of money at this dude. But he's obviously not going to get the same contract he ever will again. New Orleans will probably offer him something cheaper next time he's up to get re-upped, but no one's going to offer him more than they would. And it's nuts, man.
Yeah. I don't know. If I'm the Blazers, I play this slow. I play this slow like I've got mental problems. Like I've got a learning disability. We'll say, though, when you're a small market team like the Blazers that never gets big free agents, you do have to do risky things to try to break through sometimes. But I don't think this is the risk that you take. Like, if Ja Morant was available in a trade and I could give up the number 3 pick to get him, that I would be willing to do. That's a risk that I think is actually worth taking. Zion, not so much.
Yeah, if you have a front office who's able to whip John Morant's ass enough to where they get all this fucking delusions out of his head, because, like, the man's been brainwashed by the culture. Because he grew up in a very blessed and very privileged way. And instead of being happy and grateful for that, he feels guilt and shame. So for whatever reason, he tries to associate with the lower strata of society, and I cannot understand it for the life of me. Um, it's just so insane.
Hey, Carson, how you doing tonight? What's up, man? But the thing is, it's believable to me that Morant can learn from this and stop being stupid. Zion, I have a harder time believing it. Like, he might just be who he is.
Zion, especially, what he there's no fiction what he did. The man he is a millionaire coomer. He literally fulfilled the coomer's dream. He literally paid his favorite porn stars.
He is an extremely athletic version of Derek.
Yeah. And it's because, like, I brought that guy up when we were talking about it when it first happened. I said, if he was 5'2", he'd be that guy. His whole fucking life right there.
I mean, maybe so, right, guy? But Snacks listens to rap too, and he definitely doesn't want to kill a bunch of cops. So that can't be just that. Although, granted, he doesn't listen to modern rap so much.
Yeah. Be right back.
Carson, League MVP. League MVP. Joe Burrow. I'm going to say Joe Burrow. What is BCB? Mhm. Oh, okay. All right. We got to the Spirit Temple. Yeah, I haven't seen Cocaine Bear. I heard it was pretty good for whatever, for whatever definition of good you want to utilize, I guess. Oh, I see. Okay.
Mm. Aha.
All right. Okay, I see. We got a boss fight to do. Okay, here we go. Wait, is this like evil me?
That construct. I made it long
Yes,
ago.
Carson.
But
almost certainly now.
It must be under the control of something monstrous.
Like, to me, the only other guy you could even argue is Giannis. And I think Jokic is better than Giannis, for sure.
If the Demon King has turned my creation into his pawn, we must defeat it. We can do this together, Link. Let's go. We have to stop that conflict.
Wait a minute. Why is it not doing any damage?
Maybe we can make use of the devices around
I may have made a mistake here. Oh, wait a minute. I have an idea.
These devices are very dangerous. Be careful. This thing is quite sturdy. We keep knocking it over, and that is all.
Ah.
That worked.
Guys, I'm going to take a short break. I'll be back in a few minutes and we will continue on with more. Okay, I am back. Yeah. Jokic at this point is probably one of the 25 best players in NBA history. And I know that seems like it's too early to say that, but if you look at his resume, it's clearly up there.
I'm going to say this right now. I'd already have him in the top 10. And the reason I'm saying that is because this year he damn well deserved to win that third MVP, and he only got it for nonsense reasons.
That is.
Excuse me. I'm not done yet, but burping. Sorry.
Whoa, I heard
I
that
was
one from
trying
over
to.
here.
Yeah, I was trying to mute my mic for that. My bad. But let's turn back the clock and imagine for a second. Let's say LeBron wins in 2011 and has a finals performance the same one Jokic did and wins finals MVP. He already at that point is top 10 of all time, because if he had won the MVP in 2011, even though I'm not going to sit here and say that LeBron deserved it, let's just imagine that he did. If he three-peated his MVP like Jokic should have this year, and then had the finals performance that he did, and wins the ring and finals MVP on top of that, people would already put him in the top 10 all the time, because who the hell would you not have in there? Other guys who maybe have, a couple more championships here and there, but not guys who had 3 MVPs or more. Not guys who were fucking dominating at that level. So people would be having, oh, I don't know about that, but the argument would start. And then it would only get more pronounced as time went on. After 2013, everyone should have had LeBron in their top 10.
Yeah.
So for Jokic, we only need to wait until after next season. Your second straight finals MVP and your third MVP award. And then people have got him in the top 10. So like at this point, who do you have ahead of him? Because he's a guy who literally does everything out there. The only thing he's ever been criticized about is his defense, and I think he shut that down in this series.
Yeah, he's fine on defense.
Exactly. People over-exaggerate a lot of that shit. When you look at Jokic, and you look at the top 10s that a lot of people have, these people are delusional with some of the people that they still have in there. Still seeing guys putting Akeem in there. I wouldn't. Seeing guys putting, I've seen some people put Moses Malone in the top 10 all time. I wouldn't.
I don't see Moses in the top 10 that much anymore. Too many people.
Exactly, too many people have very clearly surpassed him. And Jokic is getting to that point. I would say at this point now, already top 10 of all time. It's only going to get more pronounced as time goes on. By the end of next season, we're going to see a lot more people start saying it. Because Mark Jackson, with his tail between his legs after not voting for him for MVP, still said he's a top 10 center of all time. And even that's kind of delusional by saying that, because it's all like, dude, there are only 2 centers all time right now I would put over him. And it won't be that way for much longer. And that'd be Kareem and Shaq.
Yeah. Do you believe that Mark Jackson screwed up, or do you think he's just saying that now to damage control?
He's saying that now to damage control because he only came out and started talking that shit in the middle of May. What else happened in the middle of May? Embiid got fucking humiliated, and Jokic laughed his way into the Western Conference Finals. Absolutely obliterating the Suns, who a lot of people had penciled in as coming out of the West.
Suns were favored in that series. You could get plus 100 on the Nuggets to win that series.
Exactly. That is precisely my point. It was only after all that shit happened that he comes out and says, oh, oops, my bad, guys. 1,000,000%. He had it ready to tell people, I told y'all I was right about Jokic not being that big. I told y'all I was right about Embiid being a hero. If Embiid beat the Celtics and makes the ECF and Jokic loses to the Suns, that's exactly what we would have heard out of Mark Jackson. He wouldn't have said no, oh, I fucked up. I thought that was the All-NBA vote. No way.
The interesting thing about Jokic is he's not really athletic even now, so it's not like he's gonna fall off a cliff in the next couple years. Like even if he tore his ACL, he would probably just come back and be the exact same player. It's not like when Derrick Rose tore his ACL. Like so, this could go for quite some time. This could be like another 5 or 6 years of elite dominance. Like a lot of people today say that Michael Jordan won 5 MVPs, but should have won 8. We may be saying something like that about Jokic in 20 years, where we look back at it and we're like, why did that guy not just win MVP every single year of his prime? He was clearly the best player.
Yeah.
Zelda asked me to aid you.
And yeah, you know, we even had guys, because I mean, I don't think we'll ever see
I am a
this.
sage of
We're not going to
spirit,
see this
and
from
one of
guys
the
who won
Zelda.
MVP when LeBron was in his prime, and we're definitely not going to see this from Embiid ever because he's a huge piece of shit. But you actually had people like Charles Barkley and Karl Malone come out and say, I don't really think I deserved the MVP more than Jordan that season.
I am glad to meet you, Link. I must thank you.
Yeah, well,
It is because of you.
what
that
happened
we have
with
recovered
when
my
Karl
secret
Malone won
stone.
MVP over Jordan in '97,
Originally,
Jackie
my
McMullen,
intent
a
was to
female
awaken
sports
when
writer
you
in the
first
Boston
found the
area,
water pad,
wrote an article
then
that was
to guide you
titled,
to my construct
"Wouldn't it be nice
and
if Karl
assist you
Malone
on your
finally won an
journey.
MVP award
I
this
had
year?"
not
And
anticipated
then,
a
like, the
battle
entire
with that
media
same
kind of latched
construct.
onto that article, and they started being like, "Yeah, it's
Been
Karl's
quite a
turn.
bit,
He should get
and I am
one."
grateful for all your efforts.
And yeah,
Link, here.
I don't know if you watched that video about the Sixers being frauds, but that's how Embiid won. Is he literally went crying to the media talking about why is it just because I'm
In
black?
the name of Minoru,
Why
Sage of
why
Spirit,
you know? Because
I
he sat
grant
there and
my
he
power
said,
unto you.
"Hey, you know,
I
people are
believe
criticizing
it will
me
serve you well.
when I'm not the league MVP for not winning, but hey, that guy's won too, and he hasn't won a championship." He was saying this last season.
Mhm.
So what happens this season? He has the worst Game 7 performance from a league MVP ever. No one who's ever won MVP in the same season where they had a Game 7 in the playoffs has ever had a worse Game 7.
He's also the only MVP to
With
never
this
in his
power I've
career
given,
play in the
a
conference
deep bond has
finals.
been forged between us.
Also that.
And from this point
So
forward, my spirit will reside within that construct.
he
I
had
will
all
help
that happen,
however I can.
and he blamed his teammates. And then the same shit he said last season saying, why doesn't Jokic get more criticism when he's won the league MVP twice and he hasn't won a championship yet? And then Jokic doesn't win MVP this year, goes on, wins a ring.
Aha!
Embiid is a complete sack of shit, a total fucking fraud. And he literally race hustled his way into a fraudulent MVP.
Well then. Aha! Long ago, my people, known as the Zonai, came down from the heavens to the surface of the world. It was said they were descendants of gods. They bore treasures from these same gods, secret stones.
My top
capable of
5 are
amplifying
Kareem,
the
Wilt,
abilities of those
Shaq,
who
Hakeem,
possessed
and
them.
Bill. I have a lot
Using the
of...
knowledge of the Zonai, my younger brother Ravu.
Wait, I just
became
realized,
a
are you
great
doing top
leader.
5 centers?
He met a young woman named Sonia.
Because I was about
and
to
they
say I got a lot
wed.
of respect for you for not putting Jordan in your top 5.
Ravu gifted
Way to
Sonia
go.
one of the secret stones. Together, they
But then
sought
I
to
was all like, wait a
establish
minute.
their kingdom.
Someone who wouldn't put Jordan in their top 5 would definitely
This is
have
how the
LeBron in
kingdom
there
of
because
Hyrule,
only LeBron
with
stands are the
Rauru and
ones who seem to
Sonia
agree
as
with
its
me that
first king
Jordan's
and
not top
queen,
5.
came to be.
So I'm like, hold on.
The future looked bright.
Remember,
Okay.
LeBron is the moat.
However,
My top 5
tragedy
centers
suddenly
right
struck.
now,
A
Kareem
man of
and
great
Shaq.
evil emerged from
And
the
then number
desert.
3 is Jokic.
The
Number
leader of the
4,
Gerudo, Ganondorf, killed Queen Sonia and stole her
I
secret
don't even
stone.
want to put Wilton Bill Russell in the top 5, to be honest with you.
Using the
Number
secret
4,
stone,
I'm going to say
Ganondorf
Hassan Whiteside.
transformed into the Demon King.
And number 5, I'm going to say Bam
He
Adebayo.
then created swarms
Eat
of
forever.
monsters and attacked.
Myers
No, but
Leonard.
seriously.
Hyrule
Thank you for
rose up
reminding
to
me.
face
Sorry,
these
he's
threats,
actually number 1 all
but
time.
the evil power driving the monsters forward was staggering.
Seriously,
The
Kareem,
defenders were on the
Shaq,
brink of defeat.
Jokic.
Rauru then came up with a plan to turn the tide of the
I'd
war.
put
He
Ewing in the
entrusted
top 5.
secret
I'd say
stones
Hakeem
to
4,
warriors
Ewing
with
5.
exceptional abilities. They became sages
Because
and
Bill and
united
Wilt
in an
just
effort
played
to finally
against
defeat
such
the
weak
Demon King.
competition in an extremely
Rauru
weak
and the
era.
sages
It's so
outnumbered the
difficult for me
Demon
to
King
say
and should have been able to stop him.
that they're all-time amazing. Because, like, someone
However,
who also dominated during that time period is George Mikan, and when's the last time you heard somebody talk about how dominant that guy was? Like, come
the
on.
Demon King's power had grown far beyond anything we could have imagined.
I
was
think
unable
George
to
Meekin
withstand
is
his
the
strength.
one guy from that era that people still speak fondly of. There were guys like Larry Faust that were really good players in that era. Nobody really cares about them anymore. Meekin's like the one guy.
Rauru.
Just reminded me, I have another point I want to say in a second. This was one of my favorite graphics during the Sixers are frauds video that I posted in the Discord.
To one final act.
Speaking of which, if you're in our Discord, you should watch that Sixers are frauds video because it was really good. In that graphic, it showed the 4 worst field goal percentages in a postseason. Postseason averages. The worst average field goal percentage for the postseason in a player's career. The number 1 worst was Joe Fulks, Jumpin' Joe Fulks, who I don't know if you remember, but he used to be brought up a lot by Philetos on the NBAD because it was hilarious to bring him up because the dude chucked like crazy.
Yeah,
And
I know the name.
He's a great little meme for early NBA. Played in the 40s and 50s, and in his career field goal percentage in the playoffs was 26%. And the 2 guys right after him aren't all that much better, like high 20s, low 30s. The 4th worst postseason field goal percentage in the history of the NBA. The top 3 are all guys who played in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. And then number 4 is Embiid.
You're wrong. Years from now, someone will appear with the sword that seals the darkness. A swordsman with the power to defeat you. Link. Remember this name.
Link. Interesting. I look forward to meeting you.
But yeah, Jimmy this series was he was definitely Gary when SpongeBob was pushing him too hard during the race. He was absolutely listless out there.
It happens. He almost put on a Superman cape in the last 5 minutes, though. Like, he can take over for short periods of time, but he can't take over.
This, man, there's so many things about this video that I love. Like, I'm fucking reposting it.
Well then.
I'm reposting that video and then I'm gonna pin it. There are so many things about this video that I love. My favorite is because I mean he's just shitting on the Sixers in general, not just Embiid. Although Embiid shares a large portion of the blame, so there's a lot of shitting on Embiid in the video. But the start of the video is they're talking about the 2008 Celtics. Glenn Davis is there. It's in the zone with Chris Broussard.
Big baby.
Glenn Davis, yeah, Big Baby Davis. He says what Doc had in 2008 was special, and he was lucky as hell.
What exactly are you suggesting we do with the sword?
Over time, the Master Sword is able to absorb sacred power. It can heal itself.
The year before that, the
and
fans
even
were
grow
wearing
stronger.
trash bags showing up to games.
Curious.
Doc should have
And
gotten
Able
fired
to
like 3
empower
different
it in that
times.
way.
exactly,
It could
Chris
be the
Broussard
key to
says that
defeating the
during that
Demon
exchange.
King.
He says he could have gotten fired, and nobody would have made a
It
peep.
could take
He got
centuries
lucky
for
as
that
hell.
sword to grow strong enough. The power the Demon King wields.
And
I
then
do not see
Big
how
Baby
this could be
says
done. It would be
the next
impossible
year
for
after
you to
that they
provide it
win
with
it,
sacred power for so long.
and suddenly he's one of the best coaches ever.
I can think of
We're
one
15
way.
years out, and Doc ain't
You
done
mean-
shit since then,
Yes, I can do
except
it.
lose.
I have to.
But people are still holding on to
that
them.
act is forbidden for a very good reason.
Lucky as
it
hell.
would mean throwing yourself away.
Oh, Minoru!
And that was a guy that played for Doc who said that shit. That's
You
special.
won't be able to change
So
that.
yeah, when the NBA last year, their 75th anniversary, when they released the 15
moment
greatest
I heard
coaches in
the
NBA
sword,
history,
I knew what to do.
presumably
I knew
this is them
this
doing
was
an
why I came to
in-order
the seal.
rating, even though it shouldn't be considered that way. You really can't imagine that this
I
wouldn't,
want to
but
restore the Master Sword.
whatever,
And deliver
besides
it
the
to
point.
Link.
Red Auerbach, Larry Brown, Chuck Daly, Red Holzman, Phil Jackson, Casey Jones, Steve Kerr, Don Nelson, Greg Popovich, Jack Ramsey, Pat Riley, Doc Rivers, Jerry Sloan, Eric Spoelstra, and Lenny Wilkins.
That's alphabetical, right?
Oh
By
yeah, you're right.
As
Thank
a
you
last
for
zoner, I
name.
pointing
bear
that
my
out.
share of blame
Thank
for
you
these
for
events.
pointing that out because I was
So
very
I,
upset
too,
about
will
the
devote
ranking here. Yeah,
myself
that is
to this
alphabetical.
goal
Thank you for pointing that
and to
out.
its healing of
Yeah,
the
Doc does not belong on that
For the
list.
swordsman Link, I will do everything I can.
Because I mean, we
Even
talked
if
about
my
it before.
body
There
should
aren't a lot of
perish,
great coaches in the
I will
history of the
still be
NBA,
with you in
so
spirit.
there's a lot of guys you may sit there and think they shouldn't be considered top 15, but they are by sheer virtue of there's just not a lot of guys there. Regardless, Doc Rivers doesn't belong on that list.
Aha!
Alright, this is the big exposition dump of the whole game. The joke's on this game, though. This is a Zelda game. I don't care about the story.
Seriously. I'm gonna find that that graphic that he posted that I was talking about, and then I'm going to screenshot it to share it with you.
Okay.
Aha!
This is insanity though. Since 2021, so including the 2021 season, this is for the last 3 seasons. In a minimum of 5 games, the points per game leaders in the regular season and playoffs. In the last 3 seasons, the points per game leader in the regular season has been Joel Embiid. And in the playoffs, he's been 16th.
Well then,
Points or points per game?
Points per game with a minimum of 5 games played in the playoffs.
Oh, okay.
So anyone getting swept in the first round, it wouldn't count. But this is for the last 3 seasons, and they've been in the playoffs in the last 3 seasons. And I'm reasonably sure they made the second round in each of those 3 seasons. But he still has a worse points per game total than guys like hold on a second, let me check.
Yes.
That is genuinely impressive.
Well then.
I forgot about this because they were the 8th seed, and it was the first round last year. But last season, the 8th seeded Pelicans lost in 6 games to the Suns in the first round. So, looking at this list of the points per game leaders in the playoffs since 2021 with a minimum of 5 games, that means the Pelicans would be on this list. Brandon Ingram is 10th in points per game in the playoffs since 2021. Under him, because Embiid is 16th, under him is Jason Tatum, John Morant. I'm not sure who this is because it's just a last name, but Murray, Jamal Murray, maybe.
What team does he play for?
It just says names. I think that's Jamal Murray.
That's
Yeah,
yeah.
that would make sense. Donovan Mitchell in 14th. Brunson of the Knicks in 15th, and then 16th place is Embiid. So Brandon Ingram apparently balled the fuck out against the Suns, and then they just lost anyway because probably Zion was hurt more than likely. And I mean, obviously the Suns are a better team. But Homeboy had a higher points per game total in a 6-game series loss than Jason Tatum's points per game in the 2021, 2022, and 2023 seasons, where he made the ECF all 3 of those years and fucking made the finals in one of them. So, you know, his points per game would go down as he plays against better defenses and everything. But Brandon Ingram, his only playoff series that he had there was playing against the 1st seed. How often does the 8th seed star fucking ball out? Yeah, I agree with Big Country there. George Karl deserves to be on that list, and it's a crying ass shame that he's not. He was a fantastic coach with the Sonics, and he was a fantastic coach with the Nuggets. The Nuggets just won a championship using George Karl's system,
he was the
playing with
coach of the
George Karl's.
Bucks. Remember, he was the coach of the Bucks when Ray Allen almost made the finals.
Yeah, he very nearly became a fucking legend in that regard because if it hadn't been for his health and his age, he should have because fucking Mike Malone was basically his handpicked replacement and is something of his protege. Just won a championship. Took the Sonics to their championship, and who knows, maybe they could have won if he did things differently because they didn't put Gary Payton defending Jordan until very late in the series. If he was doing it from the start, that might have gone a different direction.
Yeah.
And Tim Donaghy himself, who fucking rigged it, said that the 2001 ECF was rigged to get Iverson to the finals.
Yeah.
So George Carlin is, in a way, in a perfect world, directly responsible for coaching 3 different franchises to a finals.
In a just universe.
Right, he's definitely way the fuck up there because Doc Rivers has not sniffed the finals since the Celtics. And he choked a Game 7 loss twice with that fucking team. He got lucky as hell to win a championship in 2008. George Karl way the fuck deserves to be up above him. Anyway, back to what I was looking at here. Oh yeah, I want to check. I like Brandon Ingram.
Wonder if he's available in a trade. That might be
Thank
a
you.
good thing to steal.
Yeah, I'm like, you know what? Long term, he might definitely be a guy we want to look because he's 25. He's going to be 26 next season. Now he's had some injury problems throughout his career. The most amount of games he's played in his career is 79 in his first season, but after that, the next highest is 62. So he's definitely had some injury problems in his career. However, that's not too huge of a deal considering the era of load management we're in right now.
Well, one thing that might be worth looking at would be the Wizards roster, because the Wizards almost definitely are going to blow it up. So,
The only guy they have, I think, is worth considering would be Bradley Beal, and I don't want him on this team.
well, they also have Porzingis. And
Porzingis, that's who I'd want.
yeah,
That is who I would want.
and
They
this
almost blew it in a way a number of times. They almost lost in Game 7 to the Hawks in the first round. They played almost every series they played in went to 7 games. You know, they could have fucked that
embarrassing.
easily.
This guy's actually a free agent, so you'd have to sign him. But Kuzma actually was really good last year for them. Kyle Kuzma, which just proves how many different players out there. It's crazy how many players out there thrive as soon as they leave LeBron.
Seriously. Oh, geez, it's almost like, you know, it's exactly what the fuck you think it is. Okay, what a sack of shit. Anyway, check this out about Brandon Ingram, dude. In that series against the Suns where he lost in 6 games, it's his only playoff series in his career. But here's how impressive the motherfucker is. 27 points per game against the 1 seed on a team that sucked ass. Because Zion was hurt, it was literally him and a bunch of stiffs. And as if that shit isn't enough, fucking, I gotta look at the advanced stats on this one. But his true shooting should be really high. Barnacles, I just want to see the fucking... Oh, I know what to do.
I guess you could say that, right, guy? He had one of the greatest finals performances ever.
Oh, son of a bitch. What do I need to do to look at the fucking game log here? Jesus, tap dancing Christ.
Just go to Basketball Reference. They have the game log.
That's what I'm looking at on Basketball Reference. I'm on Brandon Ingram's page. Now I know how to look at the game log for any of his fucking seasons. I just don't know how to do it for the postseason. So
Look at the
confusing.
very end of the drop down that comes up when you hover over game logs. Here, let me see. I think this link will work.
There we go. Playoffs game log. Thank you. So yeah, like in the first game, you know, he lays an egg because they're really keying in on him and everything. But after that, he comes alive. His fucking second game, he drops 37 on 13 for 21 shooting. Perfect from 3. Perfect from the line. Like, what a fucking stud. Like, he came out there, and not only that, fucking, he played his heart out, man. It is really sad that his team couldn't fucking get it done.
So last night I was listening to the Simmons podcast, and they spent like an hour talking about Jokic, and this was obviously before the game today, but they were kind of going forward assuming that Denver was one way or the other going to win this series, and they were trying to, they were talking about why people don't seem like they totally get it with Jokic. Why don't they totally understand how good he is, what he's doing right now, how historic this run is for him. And they were kind of wondering, like, it almost seems like there's some sort of territorial thing where they don't like a European player being considered the best player in the league. They feel like that's like, there's something wrong with that.
Mm-hmm.
And it was
Well, that's what's funny. That is something to consider. I think it's that appearances are deceiving here, and I'll explain to you why. Is because I was talking about this earlier when I was discussing the Mark Jackson thing. The top 3 players in the league are considered to be Jokic, Embiid, and Giannis. Neither one of those 3 are from the United States. Jokic is very obviously European, but so too is Giannis. He's from Greece. And Embiid is from Africa. Oh. None of these guys are from the United States.
Yeah.
So people might think, well, Jokic, he's the foreigner here, because they just see that Embiid and Giannis are black, and then they immediately associate he's one of us. Mm-hmm. That's what I think it is the racial component here, not the country of origin thing. Because that's another thing too. Is like, you're right that Doncic gets criticism also because people look at him and being, oh, well, he's European. But again, Giannis, who everyone fawns over. And, it's crazy shit. I'm gonna manually calculate the true shooting percentage on that series in a second.
You gotta use your wristwatch calculator.
Basically.
It's actually really hard to find a calculator to calculate PER. Like, I was looking for one a few days ago, and like it's almost like proprietary knowledge. It's weird.
Oh, never mind. I just needed to click on the switch to advanced game log. So his true shooting percentage for the whole series was 58.4%. So 27 points a game on 58.4% true shooting. That's pretty fucking good.
Yeah. I think there's a difference between somebody like a Jokic, who is a foreigner, but he's European. He's like, what do they call them? Slavic? I know he's Serbian.
Yes.
But he's
yes.
Slavic. And then you have somebody like Embiid, who, yes, he's African, but he's black. And then you have Giannis, who looks relatively, even though he's Greek, he looks relatively black as well. And they were talking about like other European players in NBA history, wondering if maybe there's just a little bit of a disconnect there. And they said, for Dirk, it was kind of different, because when Dirk made the finals in 2011, he was going up against the villains that everyone hated in that first year Miami Heat team. So in a weird way, he kind of became the American good guy, because rooting for him meant not rooting for the Heat. That particular year, I don't think very many people outside of Heat fans really wanted to see them win. But other than that, they were like, a lot of these European players do not resonate that well with the casual audience for some reason, and Jokic is a casualty of that. And it's not even the casuals. Like, if you listen to Mark Jackson's commentary during the finals, It almost sounded like this was the first time he had ever watched Jokic play. He was like, "Oh wow, this guy's really good."
Yeah, seriously. It's the first time that a lot of people have seen him play, you know, because, like, I'll tell you this, I watched that fucking Nuggets Wolves series, and I watched fucking KCP was practically unconscious from the fucking three-point line. Like, holy shit. I watched that series, I don't think a lot of other people did, because it's literally Denver versus literally Minnesota. Who the fuck cares?
That used to be a big rivalry back when the Wolves had KG and the Nuggets had Melo. That was a pretty nice rivalry. Not for super long or anything, but
Yeah. But, if people were watching that series, they'd have seen right there, because, like, I saw it right there. I'm all like, if fucking Kentavious Caldwell-Pope is hitting easy shots from three like this, I don't think there's a team in the league that stands against him. Because if someone that shitty can ball out this fucking hard, who could possibly stand up to this team? You know, and before the playoffs started, I said Jokic and the Nuggets are doing it. After that first round, I was like, oh, I'm dead set. You might remember, I was the only guy in the Discord that said that Phoenix was going to get their asses kicked.
yeah, I don't remember terribly well. I remember thinking that Phoenix had a depth problem. I didn't think it was going to be as big a deal in the playoffs because you shorten your
Exactly.
rotations in the playoffs.
Exactly. And a lot of other people were saying the same thing. They're like, Denver's deeper than Phoenix, but that shouldn't matter because this is when your starters play 40 minutes. Your bench doesn't matter so much. But then they got fucking obliterated anyway because Jokic was just unstoppable.
I mean, that would have been
However,
a sweep if Devin Booker wasn't unconscious for two completely weird
exactly.
random games.
It literally took two of the best games of his life. Because those were games where he almost missed 0 shots, literally. He only missed like a couple, you know, a handful, 3 or 4 in each game, and scored over 40 points each time. It's like, if he's scoring that efficiently in that volume, no one would win. But he can't do that forever, and sure enough, he didn't. And those were the only 2 games that Phoenix won. So you're right, that would have been a sweep there. Then they absolutely fucking walked over the Lakers because the Lakers shouldn't have been that far in the first place. They only got past the Grizzlies because of the extraordinary, you know, once-in-a-generation level of retardation coming from John Morant. You know, if that had happened after the season, then fucking the Grizz would have beat the Lakers right there. Then they beat the Warriors because the Warriors spent their life force just to beat Sacramento.
Yeah. I mean, the Warriors season was always kind of on borrowed time after the Draymond Green punched Poole in the face in practice. Like, they even admit it. Like, you know, the team didn't really like each other that much at that point.
Yes, and that's how they felt, and that those were the excuses that came out after they lost. But the reason I say they spent their life force to beat Sacramento is because the Lakers did not play good defense. But we didn't see a good game coming from Steph Curry like we're used to. It's because he literally gave everything he had just to beat Sacramento. Because the only way they made it to win was with Curry actually having amazing games. But by this point for Curry, it's not like he's old or anything, but he has a lot of mileage because they've made the finals so fucking much. That puts a lot of mileage on your body. He needs the opportunity to rest. That's why they fizzled out like this.
Mm-hmm.
And you just didn't see good games from him in that Lakers series, but it's funny because it was close enough to where if you got a good game from him, you'd have fucking had it. You'd have had the series. But he never stepped up. Between that and the fact that Jordan Poole unironically threw the series away because of what you were talking about, now it's relevant. You know, they shouldn't have beaten Sacramento. They beat it because Steph Curry sacrificed his ability to win in the next series just to win that one. Sacramento would have also beat the Lakers. I said from the start, before the playoffs started, I think that the Western Conference Finals would be the Nuggets versus the Kings. I feel very upset that we didn't get that because it's what we should have got, and I fucking would have called it.
Yeah. I mean, the Kings are like the definition of a really good team that just needed another year, that just kind of fell off in the playoffs because they weren't fully ready to go. But I think that they're gonna
They'll
definitely,
get there.
yeah,
They'll get there. They'll make that as long as they don't do anything foolish and no one gets hurt. I think they should make the conference finals this upcoming, depending on seeding. If they play Denver before, then obviously they won't. But as long as Denver's their opponent in the WCF and not before then, they should make it.
yeah,
Especially because this right here, this is one of those time periods. Now that the season's officially over, this is one of those time periods in the NBA where there's going to be a significant shakeup now. Because a lot of teams are starting to see their windows close, who have been the dominant ones throughout the last half decade. The Warriors are starting to see their window close. The Blazers are blowing it up. The Bucks are a season away from blowing it up. However, a lot of their guys who are free agents now, like Chris Middleton, may be wanting to jump ship a little early. And that kind of thing will probably be what leads to them blowing it up soon. But you've got a lot of free agents in the right spots, and a lot of teams who are wanting to retool, a lot of teams who are realizing their window's closing, and all this kind of shit. There's going to be a massive shakeup this offseason. This offseason's going to be very exciting, I think.
yeah. Especially because the cap rules make it really, really hard to keep all your players now.
Exactly. A lot of things are going to change. I think every team that made the second round this season is going to have a very different looking roster by the start of the next season. I'm excited to see what ends up happening, but as long as Denver keeps their important players, so the top three I say for them are absolutely, you cannot let them go under any circumstance. Obviously Jokic and Murray, and then throw Aaron Gordon in there too.
Yeah, I think they're all under
Those
contract, so it
Right.
would be tough to see them go.
If KCP and Porter go, they'll probably get better. Because obviously everyone's going to sit there and give KCP props because he got the steal in the final minute and he hit the huge free throws to put the game out of reach to clinch the series. However, they won in 5. He played like absolute fucking dog shit throughout the entire series up to that point. He's the reason they dropped Game 2 in the first place. And even if he hadn't have done that shit, number one, Denver probably still wins, because when he did all that shit, there was a minute left in the game, and who knows what could have happened, number one. And number two, Denver still would have 2 other opportunities to close out the series and win, even if he hadn't have done that. So people will obviously remember, because like people, that they only pay attention in the last 2 minutes of a game, and they only watch, you know, whatever's on fucking TNT or ESPN. They don't watch anything else. And it's sad, like, God, you know, the fact that Mark Jackson has an MVP vote really upsets me. But anyway, yeah, the Lakers suck. They shouldn't have made it as far as they did. The Warriors suck. They shouldn't have made it as far as they did. Denver's got the shit on lock. Like, it's a wrap. It's a done deal.
Like, after the Nuggets, the best team in the West next year will probably be, like, maybe the Kings?
Assuming KD stays with the Suns and the Suns intelligently reload. Like, if it's true that they're waiving Chris Paul just so that they can restructure his contract and re-sign him for less money so that they can get, you know, more talent in,
Yeah.
then yeah, they'd probably still be second best in the West. However, as long as Jordan Poole is on the Warriors, they're not even a top 3 team in the West anymore. The Lakers are absolutely done. LeBron's gonna fake retire so that he can go to the, I almost said the Raiders, the Vegas team. What the hell are they gonna name the Vegas basketball team? What do you think?
The Vegas
Retarded
gonorrhea.
apes?
The Vegas gonorrheas. I don't know.
Oh man, I like the Vegas return. You see, Robo Batman Cop Showgirls.
About the Vegas cryptocurrencies, the Vegas bitcoins. What if they started doing that, like having teams named after, like, advertisement sponsorship stuff, like Ethereum? Like a team for 1 year could be called the Las Vegas Ethereums if Ethereum pays $100 million for advertising rights.
Well, I mean that's basically how it works in fucking soccer because the literally the advertisement is larger than the team name on the jersey. Um, I mean, hell, I'm able to recognize when someone is wearing a soccer team's jersey in public when I see someone wearing a shirt that says Fly Emirates on it. I'm like, I don't even know what fucking team that is. I just know that's a soccer jersey.
And it's like
What the fuck?
whoever bids the highest for the advertising space, they win no matter what. So you could have like the Las Vegas adult diapers. Like that's a possibility. And you just have to
The Las
deal with it.
Vegas, oops, I crapped my pants. Oh, man. Well, I mean, they'll probably name them something stupid, because, like, the Golden Knights, that's pretty fucking stupid. I'd like to see, you know, something similar to, because this is my favorite thing in team names, is something similar to recognizing the hard-working population of the city that they play for, like the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Detroit Pistons, where the Detroit Steelers are referencing to its Steel City because that's the steel mills and the steel workers, and their fucking team logo on their helmets is supposed to be the spark of welding. I like that as a design and a concept. The Detroit Pistons, it's referring to an engine's pistons. It's called Motor City, and they had the fucking amazing horse jerseys that they had there. Uh, they also had some fucking like engine valves and shit on the horse design. It was really fucking cool.
Don't you mean the Detroit Pistons?
Exactly. So the thing is, you think about it there, and you're like, well, how do you do that with Vegas? Because Vegas's concept as a city, it's actually one of the youngest cities in the United States in the grand scheme of things, because it was invented by the mob. Because Nevada had legalized gambling, so the mob, which is I think his name was Bugsy Siegel or something. He was a big part of a Jewish mafia in New York, and they had him move out to Vegas so that he could be opening up casinos there and everything. And the mob was huge in Vegas because since it's in the middle of the desert, anytime they needed to make somebody disappear, it was real easy for them. In the same way that mobsters in New Jersey and New York and everything, they toss people in the Hudson River after they killed them. Over in Vegas, they just bury somebody out in the desert.
Right.
So, this is a city that was created by the mob for no other reason than it was easy for them to kill people when they got in the way of them making money. There is no famous, like, anything that has to do with the city's population or the city itself other than just gambling and crime and various degenerate things. So we're sitting here laughing about, you know, the Las Vegas chlamydia, but, like, what the hell else? You know? Like,
Las Vegas diphtheria.
the Las Vegas cartel.
The
Actually,
Las
the Las Vegas gangsters.
the Las Vegas squat cobblers.
Oh god.
The Las Vegas vouches.
Oh man. Hard R's. It's not a bad idea. Bring back the Redskins. There you go. Hail to the Las Vegas Redskins. Las Vegas Happy. That's... It is on brand because of what I was saying about Bugsy Siegel, but that's... No. I think the closest we get to that would be the Las Vegas Kites, and then they would sign Myers Leonard.
You know, LeBron is an anti-Semite.
Really,
too,
Rye Guy?
remember?
I had no idea.
Rye Guy, we know. We got the joke.
Well, now it's on the VOD. Now he's got to delete the VOD. Jesus Christ.
Rye Guy, we're trying to be inconspicuous here.
This is the perfect time for a Twitch VIP to show up or some shit. Could you imagine though if that actually was the name of the fucking team? Finally, I feel represented in sports. Oh god, I know play A-poop today.
The Las Vegas Neanderthals.
So anyway, yeah, reading up on Giannis's early life. He is from Greece and everything. His parents are from Nigeria, and they emigrated to Greece. So then they grew up extremely poor in Athens. Giannis is a modern Greek version of Johannes, which is the ancient biblical Greek version of John. And because the Bible was initially written in Greek, and Greek, even though it was during the Roman time and everything, when Jesus lived and walked the earth and everything, Greek was more of a shared language among the people of the region than Latin. So a lot of people believe that John the Baptist, as we know him, was known as Johannes, which is, again, the ancient Greek version of John. So Giannis is basically John. And let's see here, talking about his last name. His family name is a Nigerian word, but it ended up being spelled the way that it is. The Nigerian word is Adetokunbo, and the Greek transcription of that was translated letter for letter onto the Greek passport as what we know it now, which is Antetokounmpo. And no one knows where the fuck the M came from, but Adetokunbo is a little bit easier to pronounce, and when you think about it, that sounds a lot more like what the actual announcers say when they have to say his last name. And technically not wrong either, because that's the Nigerian version of his last name, which is, you know, his family's from Nigeria, that's what it's actually pronounced. As opposed to what's on his jersey, which is just what's on his official government ID. Because that's how the Greek government put it on there.
Well, it's better.
He stated that he feels both Greek and Nigerian, and that he embraces both his Greek and his African-Nigerian identity. But he's not ethnically Greek at all, he's just from Greece. He's Nigerian. Interesting. I thought he might have been like a mix, but I guess not. Anyway.
Oh, by the way, did you see the Joe Rogan video I sent you earlier today?
I saw that you sent me that. I haven't watched it.
Okay.
Oh, never mind. I have seen it before.
Yeah, it's the same video. It's just redubbed using AI voices instead of Japanese voices.
That's pretty good. I didn't realize it was so short, so I just watched it now. Anyway, so I'm taking a look at the roster that poor Brandon Ingram had to fucking deal with. First of all, Tony Snell on his fucking team. Like, Jesus Christ.
I remember Tony Snow.
So, he's out there with C.J. McCollum, Jonas Valanciunas, Herbert Jones, and Trey Murphy III. Also on the team getting significant minutes was Larry Nance Jr., Najee Marshall, Jose Alvarado, and Jackson Hayes.
DJ McCollum's okay. I don't hate him.
He is okay. However, he shot like absolute fucking dog shit for that series. Like, really, really badly. His field goal percentage for that series where Brandon Ingram popped the fuck off, his field goal percentage was 39%. Gee whiz, boy.
I wonder if it's just impossible for a team in New Orleans to ever be good because their young players are inevitably just going to get pulled into stupid bullshit because it's in New Orleans.
Seriously. See, Brandon Ingram popped the fuck off. 27 points on almost 60% true shooting. The same series, his sidekick was C.J. McCollum on a 48% true shooting percentage. And scored 22 points a game. Looking at the box scores, obviously New Orleans won 2 of those games, but in the games that they lost, game 1 by 11, game 3 by 3, game 5 by 15, and game 6 by 6. So they got blown out in games 1 and 5. However, games 3 and 6, where they very nearly won, they lost game 3 by 3 points and game 6 by 6 points. If C.J. McCollum didn't shoot like shit, then Brandon Ingram could have won those 2 games for the team. And then they actually win the series. Because here, this now is game 3 where they lost by 3 points. Looking at the box score, C.J. McCollum missed 4 free throws in a game they lost by 3. Brandon Ingram missed 1 in a game they lost by 3. So if C.J. McCollum doesn't shoot like his fucking Shaq out there, they win just off of him actually making his fucking free throws. In game 6, where they lose by 6 points, C.J. McCollum goes 1 for 5 from 3, 7 for 16 from the field, 3 turnovers, no assists, and 5 fouls. Like, he turned the ball over and committed a bunch of stupid fouls. He fucked his team over. So it's hilarious because if CJ McCollum just didn't play like shit, Brandon Ingram would have dragged the 8th-seeded Pelicans past the 1st-seeded Suns last year, which would have been absolutely hilarious for everyone involved to see, but would have also made people respect the fuck out of Brandon Ingram's game, because he's doing all that shit without Zion. It's pretty bonkers, man. So yeah, Embiid is from Cameroon. Interesting. Very interesting. He originally wanted to play professional volleyball in Europe, but he started playing basketball at age 15 because he just grew to be freakishly tall.
People are like that. Wilt Chamberlain thought basketball was stupid, and then eventually was like convinced that, hey, you got to do this, dude.
Let's see here. Embiid moved to the United States at age 16 to devote himself to becoming a professional basketball player. So, because he knew Luke Emba Amute, maybe that's a name you remember.
I remember Luke.
He was also from Cameroon, and by this time, he was in the NBA also. So when Embiid was 15 and he started playing basketball because he was freakishly huge, being in Cameroon, Luke Mbamute in the off season went back home and happened to discover Embiid at this basketball camp. So Mbamute mentored Embiid and told him, I think you've really got the opportunity to go professional here. I think you should go to the United States and enroll in the Montverde Academy, which is Mbamute's alma mater. But they never played him, so then he transferred to the Rock School, a Christian academy in Gainesville, Florida. Led their team to a 33-4 record in the Florida State Championship. Was considered a 5-star recruit and committed to Kansas. So then he was a Jayhawk, and then famously, everyone was looking at him like he was the #1 prospect, and then he got injured bigly to miss the tournament. But that made him fall to the 3rd pick instead of the consensus #1 first.
Yeah. And he is better than the two guys who went in front of him. I mean,
there's no question, because Jabari, after he tore his ACL, his game was heavily reliant on athleticism. He was never the same, and if I remember right from when we looked it up last time, Jabari busted out of the league by now.
so yeah.
Now, Wiggins is still in the league, but his absolute career peak is fringe all-star and starting role player, which isn't bad in the grand scheme of things. However, for a first overall pick, that's pretty significant bust, considering what you expect out of them. Because he was unironically a downgrade for the Warriors from Harrison Barnes. Like, when you draft a guy first overall, you're expecting him to have a Hall of Fame caliber career. Wiggins won't sniff that. Not even close.
He was a Maple Jordan, right?
Yeah, that's they called him Maple Jordan and Canadian LeBron. He was expected to not just be a Hall of Fame pick. The 2014 draft specifically was expected to be a generational draft. People kept saying this is going to be like the 1984, 1996, and 2003 drafts, where this is going to be remembered as the draft that changed the league. And instead, it ended up being an absolute dog shit draft. However, Jokic was part of the 2014 draft class. Taken 41st overall, 2nd round pick. Yeah, Wiggins hasn't even made an All-NBA team. This draft happened 9 years ago.
Yeah, if it was going to happen by now, it would have happened.
Exactly, because here's a list of people who have made an All NBA team from this draft class: Joel Embiid, Julius Randle, and Nikola Jokic. That is terrible. Absolutely fucking terrible. There's only two other guys on this list who even made an All-Star game, and it's Wiggins and Zach LaVine. Wiggins was an All-Star once last season.
Yeah, when he won with the Warriors,
Wow. Absolute ass cheeks. Wow.
Which to me is testament to Curry's greatness that he was able to get that much good stuff out of Wiggins. Hey Ava, how you doing tonight? It's pretty great, although this
Yeah,
ending is taking forever.
No, right guy. Jokic is in the 2014 class. Anthony Bennett was the first pick in 2013.
Yep.
You're thinking of Giannis, who was in the Anthony Bennett draft.
Yeah, that was Giannis, and C.J. McCollum was in that class.
Kelly Olynyk, who was famously the best player in that draft. I'm gonna look at Wiggins' fucking career averages right now. His absolute peak? Wow. Dude, Wiggins sucks. He hasn't had a single season of his career where he shot over 50%. Wow. His absolute peak season was 2017. He played 82 games, 37 minutes a game, thanks Tibbs, and 23 points per game. On 45% shooting. He is really exceptionally bad. My God. 4 years younger than me and he sucks ass. Can't believe that.
Yeah, Ava, we're having fun.
Also, wow, he doesn't really have a lot to brag about internationally either. He's only been on the Canadian international FIBA team once. In 2015, they won the bronze. Has not played in international basketball since.
Interesting.
He is literally so irrelevant that I almost said Canada. Sorry, Canada doesn't want him on their Olympic team. Or wait, maybe they do. They just don't win anything. Let me check. Canada Olympic basketball. Okay, Control F Wiggins. Okay, he has never been on their Olympic team, and he's only been on their FIBA team twice. That 1 year, 2015, that I mentioned, and in 2020, but that was just for the qualifying period, and they didn't finish high enough to qualify.
Wiggins is probably the most talented Canadian basketball player ever. Like Nash, that's a little different. Like you wouldn't call him talented in the way that you would call Wiggins talented.
Well, it's kind of crazy because, you know, you'd say that. However, if he was the most talented Canadian player ever, why wouldn't they want him to be on their FIBA team and their Olympic team? Because it's not like they asked him and he turned them down. He went literally every time they asked him. They only asked twice.
Yeah, so I mean, what I'm
Oh
saying is
my
that's
God.
telling.
Yes, this is very telling right here. Anthony Bennett has been on the Canadian international team more often than Andrew Wiggins. Holy shit. Shy Gilgeous-Alexander may end up being better.
He's good.
Yeah, he probably won't have too much of a problem having a better career than Wiggins. on account of the fact that he's actually talented. Let's see. Joel Anthony, who I didn't know was Canadian, was on the international team almost every year. Way to go, Warden.
How the hell did that guy get up there that quickly? I knocked him all the way down. Can he teleport? That was horse crap.
Yes. Yes, he can. Alright. Unbelievable. Bro, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is already better than Wiggins.
Yeah, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's, like... Didn't he have a season where he scored 30 points a game? Or am I thinking of, like,
Yes,
2K?
it was this season.
Mm-hmm.
This is relevant because he played more games than Jokic, Embiid, and Giannis. So he was actually in the MVP consideration because of that. Now, OKC didn't have a very high, a very good record, so he wasn't seriously considered. However, other than his three-point shot, he's actually really good. His shooting for this season, this is only in 35 minutes a game, by the way, so if he played as many minutes as fucking Wiggins does, his numbers would have been even crazier. 51% from the field, 35% from three, so if he moved that up a little bit, that's all he'd have to do, because he shot 90% from the free throw line this season. If he brings his three-point shooting up to an elite level, he could actually be a 50, 40, 90 player. He had 5 rebounds a game, 5 assists a game, and 31.5 points per game, along with a steal and a half a game and a block a game. He played his fucking heart out, man. He did a hell of a lot fucking better than Wiggins did. And he balled the fuck out in the play-in, but OKC just couldn't do it.
Sounds right.
His best playoff performance, however, in his career to date, was his second season, which was his first in OKC. They played in the bubble, lost in the first round, and by that point, he was just a role player. Like, he wasn't really getting a lot of burn. He did all right. You know, his shooting wasn't terrible. 44% from the field, 40% from three, 95% from the free throw line, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, a steal, half a block, and 16 points a game. He wasn't the first option yet. If he was, he probably would have balled out even harder. But like, he's already better than Wiggins. And because of that, he's already the best Canadian player of all time.
Oh, Nash, right? Nash is still up there.
I thought Steve Nash was South African.
There's a little bit of a debate there, what to consider Steve Nash. A lot of people consider...
Oh, okay, yeah. He is from South Africa. He was born there, but he very quickly moved. He moved to Saskatchewan when he was 18 months old, and then he eventually settled in British Columbia, and basically lived in Canada for the whole rest of his life afterwards. So I also would accept him being a Canadian player. Because, like, I was born in Michigan, but my family moved to California when I was, like, 18 months old, and I basically lived in California my entire life. So I just tell people I've lived here my whole life.
Basically true.
Because, like, I literally can't, like, how could I possibly remember Michigan? I was, like, 18 months old, fucking 2 years old when I fucking moved here. That's before you have the ability to form memories properly, so, like... But anyway, so certainly the best Canadian player since Steve Nash, better than Wiggins at least. All right, so wow, actually wow, he literally already is up there. I just Googled the top 10 best Canadian basketball players of all time. This is the list they're showing me. Steve Nash, Rick Fox, Andrew Wiggins, Jamal Murray, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Kelly Olynyk, Jamal Magliar, Tristan Thompson, Corey Joseph.
I remember Jamal Magliore. Wasn't he on the Heat for a while?
Yes.
Yeah, let's see.
There have been so few Canadian basketball players that on the top 42 Canadian basketball players of all time, fucking Anthony Bennett's on this list. And the reason is because even though he plays in Anthony Bennett's playing in the Filipino League right now, he's still a member of the Canadian men's international basketball team. And it's funny because if that basketball team actually was better and won more, Anthony Bennett would have the ability to qualify for the Basketball Hall of Fame based off of that Canadian international team experience. He's been on that roster every season since he got drafted. So imagine if Anthony Bennett had, like, by this point, that'd be 10 FIBA medals. Even if they were all bronzes, 10 medals alone would fucking get you there.
And he's not even good enough to do that. Unbelievable.
Exactly. I mean, unironically, though, because all you need to do to get a medal is to be third best. Bleck. And there's a lot of crappy teams that qualify for fucking international play, man. Like, seriously, imagine having to go up against the actual team from the Philippines, and they're only allowed to have people who have actual Philippine citizenry on the roster. You go out there, they're all manlets. Oh, man. I think Wimatanye probably busted really hard in that that game that they said he got locked up in or whatever. Because I haven't heard anyone say anything about him since that happened.
Haven't heard anything. Do I miss Darko? He does have a really funny clip of it was after I think a FIBA game where his team lost a close game, and it's just him screaming about the referees. I want to fuck their mothers. I will fuck all their mothers tonight.
Basically,
Let me see if I can find it.
he was just expressing his extreme desire to romance unlovable women.
Okay, I think I just found it. That's not good. I'd laugh so hard if it turns out he's actually being completely cordial and nice in that interview, and the guys writing the subtitles decided to just be assholes.
Yeah, it'd be really funny. He's like, well, we played them hard, but, you know, sometimes you just get outplayed by the better team, and then you look in the fucking thing, and it's like, I will fuck them up!
Isn't that like the Family Guy joke for the Star Wars scene? He doesn't like you, I don't like you either. Where, like, the guy translating for the alien dude is, like, making it all up.
I'm gonna fuck their mother in her mouth. Damn, son. I like this comment. Darko made $52 million without working too hard. Told everyone what he had to say. Did all he wanted from partying to tattoos. Even fought as a kickboxer. Now he's a large landowner and grows fruit. Enjoying calm, fresh air and has a big smile. I think he did pretty good in life. Yeah, man, I want to be Darko. Hearing that shit. Fields of wheat. The dream. Oh, dude, I completely forgot I was looking for this Embiid graphic. I got so sidetracked so quickly. Goddamn.
I wonder
Alright,
if there's like a cutoff of height where you stop being appealing to attractive women. You know how like taller guys get better women than shorter guys.
Yes. There's a couple things involved. Number one, it depends on your physical fitness, because young women, and I say that because young women are known for being stupid, and as women get older, you know, generally they get more experience and smarter and all that kind of stuff, so it doesn't trick them as much. However, young women seem to think that a man is taller than he actually is if he's physically fit. If he is not physically fit, they view him as being shorter than he actually is. All of this is still the case regardless of if the man is taller than her or not. There are some cases where a woman will objectively be shorter than a man and yet think that she's taller than him because he's not physically fit. It's extremely bizarre. But I've watched plenty of YouTube videos where bras say some dumbass fucking things. But anyway, so number one, you got that, and then number two, a lot of it is based off of the way that other people see and think and feel, you know, status and all this kind of stuff. Because if a woman is 5 foot even, and you're a man and you're 5'6", then even though you're considered a short man, you are half a foot taller than her. If nothing about your height was ever mentioned, she'd probably be perfectly fine with you, because in countries where the average male height's extremely small like that, like a lot of Latin American countries and a lot of Southeast Asian countries, the women don't have problems with that. They have problems with it when they're in a situation where a lot of other guys are taller than that, because they want the top, they want the best, they want the absolute tippy top fucking that they can get. So, even if you're average height, you know, there's a lot of dudes here in America who are 5'11" who will just claim to be 6 feet tall because it doesn't matter, and then having that 6 is the difference maker for a lot of women. So the cutoff is not dependent on your actual height. The cutoff is dependent on what the particular woman that you're interested in uses as judgment criteria. If you're physically fit, and you're not surrounded by a bunch of taller dudes, and she doesn't go out much, and she herself is short, you can still be 5'5" and get the woman of your dreams. There's not a problem. By the same virtue, you could be like me, who's 6 foot even, and yet a lot of my friends and coworkers that I hang around with often are 6'3", 6'4", even 6'5". So I'm routinely considered to be the least attractive member of my group whenever I go out. Now, I haven't done this in some years. However, I still remember going out and being the guy who was expected to jump on the grenades whenever we'd all go out to the club or to a bar together. Because they're all like, yeah, dude, you're just like... Even though I am by no means short, I am literally above average height. They're all like, you're the shortest dude here, so you're going to be the one they're least interested in. That's just how it goes.
Yeah, I would be interested to know, like, on average, what is the point where you're too tall? Like, is there, like, a point where it's like, okay, now we're just getting freaky? And the women don't really find... Like, if you're 6'8", is that too much? If you're 6'11", is that too much?
Too tall is if you're lanky. Because if you have a build like LeBron, like LeBron's 6'8" or 6'9", that doesn't matter. But if you're 6'9" and you're lanky like Kevin Durant, then that's when they're gonna be like, oh. Because that's when your body looks weird. Shaq is fucking 7'2", but because he actually had a lot of muscle on his frame, like this is before he got fat and everything. But he was considered an absolute fucking stud when he was in college and then when he just got drafted. That was a lot of his big controversy early on in his career, is because, and you remember because you were even reading about this, Orlando, the city, criticized him for not being a family man, and then he famously had the rivalry with David Robinson, who, you know, was very, very, very religious and very into morals and values, and, you know, was monogamous and committed to his wife and all that kind of shit. Whereas Shaq was bragging about banging celebrities and then had a child out of wedlock and so on and so on. He was a fucking player back in the day, man. He was an absolute stud. So it didn't matter that he was 7'2". However, think about Wimatanye. He looks fucking scary to look at because of how lanky he is. He's not that much taller than Shaq. It's not his height, but that's the problem. Because if he had the muscle and the frame that young Shaq had, he'd basically be looked at as like fucking Giga Chad. Which just goes back to my opening point, which is that it's not height that matters, it's the way that your body looks.
That makes sense. I can see that. But, like, I remember several years ago, Shaq was in a relationship with a woman who was, you know, probably like 5'2", 5'3". And I always wonder,
Right,
how does that
very
work?
short.
How does that work?
Well, Shaq's strong enough to where he could, like, literally manhandle that woman. And a lot of girls like that kind of thing. Like, the women who want the tallest boyfriends are actually the shortest women. It's funny because tall women are the ones who usually end up making compromises. It won't go too far out of the way there, but, like, considering average height for a woman's like 5'3", and actually, let me check. U.S. adult women average 5'4". So even broads who are 5'7" make sacrifices. And it's because, obviously, tall men are chased after being, you know, at the top levels of height and everything. But there's only so many of them to go around, you know, because it's already like the whole 80-20 rule, you know, where the women want the top 20% of guys and the other 80% on the figurative bottom. Under that 20% are basically invisible. Well, if you're a tall woman and you want to be with a man who's taller than you, you're already competing for the same men that women who are under 5 feet tall are also competing with. So they've learned to live with that kind of thing, and they can accept it. Especially because, you know, if you manage to find other ways to be masculine and be dominant and be a leader without just being taller than her, she'll appreciate it even more. Whereas the women who get off on that kind of thing the most are the ones who are like 4'10". You know, the ones who qualify to if they wanted to legally be recognized as a dwarf are the ones who are chasing the guys who are like 6.5 feet tall.
I guess I can kind of see the appeal. But like, oh, I remember a couple months ago I was having a conversation with a Moogle, and you know that Moogle's like 5'8", 5'7", right?
Right.
And I asked him, would you be willing to date a girl who's like 5'10"? And he was like, I don't know, like that would, I don't know. I was like, even if she was okay with it, and he was like, I still don't, I don't know, I don't think so.
I would say 100% yes, because I really like legs, and tall women generally have the best asses. Because like the waist to hip ratio and the shape of the ass and the length of the legs and everything just comes together and fits perfectly. For me, what makes a difference though, like I like taller women. I like to be with a girl who's close to my height. When she's really small, it feels weird to me because I can't really do a lot of the things that I like to do. And one of the things I like to do the most in a relationship is dance. And it is extremely hard to seriously dance with a woman who's like a foot shorter than you than a woman who's a couple of inches shorter.
Makes sense.
Like Callie's 5'7", she and I can dance very easily together. And then one time I was with a broad who was 4'11", and it just, like, she literally stood on my feet the whole time, and I felt like I was dancing with a kid. I was like, this isn't fun for me. Yeah, that one didn't last very long. But other guys prioritize different things.
I remember a couple months ago, I think it was Fox News had an Instagram post talking about this woman who was, I guess, at the time considered to be the most attractive woman in professional sports. And it was a long-distance runner. And it made me think of you because I remember we had this conversation a while ago, and you said you thought that long-distance runners had the most attractive females of any sport.
Not long distance runners, sprinters.
Right, sprinters.
Which are
Excuse me.
very close. And that's because I mean, like, I can only base this off of the ability to appreciate aesthetics and not sexual attraction because I'm not gay. But I think that it would be true generally also of male sprinters because of how sprinting works. It's very muscle oriented compared to long distance running. Because it's a short-term burst of strength and athletic ability. Because of this, high-intensity interval training is much better than long, sustained cardio sessions for weight loss purposes. And when you sprint, because of that, because it has the amazing ability to build muscle while being very cardio-intensive, and also to destroy fat, as far as exercises go, you're going to have a very, very exceptionally low body fat percentage, while also having incredible muscular definition and tone. And for women especially, like I said, I like legs, I like asses, and a female sprinter is going to have a very well-sculpted lower body, because those are the muscles that she's using to compete professionally. So yeah, that, and then a lot of other guys say volleyball players, and that also has a lot to do with the lower body, muscular training there, but that's generally a lazy pick, because guys pick that because those are the women who compete in swimsuits. You know?
Like, I asked Moogle that question a while back, and he said softball, gymnastics, golf, and
It
swimming,
is time, Link.
which I think are answers that are a little more common than sprinter. But sprinter's actually a pretty good answer.
Yep. The best. Alright. I guess I can go back to playing Star Wars now.
Which one?
What is this one? Fallen Order, the first one?
Oh, okay. I don't know if you'll like it or not, but I did like it quite a bit. I liked it better than the sequel.
Yeah, I just started. I gotta wait until I load back into the game to have them.
Just remember, if you see the Disney logo when it loads up, it's not canon.
Pretty much. What's the name of this planet?
How disappointing. This world should be shrouded in darkness, not bathed in insufferable light. All these weak, peace-loving cowards running rampant.
So I haven't purchased this game, I'm just subscribed to Games with Gold, which also gives you the EA Play subscription because of the partnership. So I just get to have all the DLC content for free, even though I didn't buy any of this stuff, so that's nice of them. Okay, I don't know what to call this planet, and I try to bring up my map, which I'm sure would show, but it says BD1 is busy. I'm on the first planet after you get the opportunity to save for the first time, and there's the big tower thing that you're supposed to get into. You just escaped from the tutorial planet where you start the game.
Bogano?
If you have any idea which...
Bogano.
Maybe, I don't know. I don't know any of these places or names or anything. So yeah, you know, maybe.
People are saying the new Fable protagonist has taken the mantle from Alloy's the ugliest one.
I will reshape this world as it was meant to be.
Yeah, and see, that's something that disappoints me, because I brought it up. I do like women who are muscular. But the thing is that what I think of when I think of muscular and what a lot of people think of when they think of muscular are very different. Because they think of women who are female bodybuilders who take steroids, and that's not physically possible for a woman who's not taking testosterone supplements. When I think of a woman who's muscular, I think of an actual athletic body for a woman. You know, so when we were just talking about softballers, volleyballers, tennis players, track and field runners, and swimmers and whatever else, that's the body type I'm thinking of when I say muscular woman. Someone who actually uses those muscles in a competition for athletic purposes and not because they're trying to get juiced or nothing. So Alloy, I thought, was very attractive until I saw her face, and for some strange reason they gave her a Dwayne Wade style jawbone.
How about this?
And like it doesn't look in any way remotely feminine or female. And that really bothers me. Because you didn't need to have a Dwayne Wade style jawbone. Good God. Okay, you both sent me the same thing at the same time. The new Fable, I do genuinely wonder how long and involved the process is to create such a studiously repulsive character.
How about this?
Yes, that is substantially, a very large margin, far more unattractive than any other female video game character I've ever seen that it wasn't intentionally designed to be ugly in the first place. Bet it's based off a staff member. That's a pretty good one. Computer, create the average British woman at a healthy BMI. Disengage the safety protocols and engage program.
Oh boy.
Oh, holy shit. Computer, create the average British woman with a healthy BMI. That's really fucking good. Who would have thought that as video game graphics improved, all the female characters would get uglier?
Oh,
Damn.
no.
What's the name of that one horrifying monstrosity of a human being that made himself morbidly obese because of all the eating videos he did on
Oh,
YouTube?
Nico Cotto Avocado.
Yeah, there you go. That someone put a side-by-side comparison picture of him. He's on the left side and Aloy's on the right side, and like, can you spot the difference? Good lord. I just boot up Oblivion and hit random. That's pretty good. Jesus. I don't even understand the context here, but this is pretty good. Good lord. Let me see this. That's fucking amazing. Nikola Jokic with the champagne celebration in the locker room afterwards actually put on goggles to make sure none would get in his eyes when he sprayed the bottle.
I thought most people did that.
What an absolute fucking legend. He put on fucking goggles. Bosch didn't do that. Do you remember when everyone was like, look at how gay this motherfucker is because he poured the champagne all over his face?
Oh, okay.
He didn't do that.
In the club like Dirk Nowitzki.
Jokic is now an NBA champion, two-time MVP, NBA Finals MVP, and the first player in NBA history to lead the playoffs in total points, rebounds, and assists. In 2014, he was just the guy who got drafted during a Taco Bell commercial. Like, imagine that shit. And instead of, with the first pick in the 2014 NBA draft, the Cleveland Cavaliers select Nikola Jokic from the Serbian NBA. Instead of hearing that, which is what the league would have deserved because he should have gone first overall just by talent, instead, the actual GOAT is drafted during a Taco Bell commercial. Like, fucking, it's on NBA TV, and because it's the second round, it's not even being fucking broadcast on cable anymore. And it just says the pick is in, and it's literally just text at the bottom because it's a commercial. There's no audio at all. Pick is in. Denver Nuggets current selection: Nikola Jokic, power forward, Serbia.
He didn't even get his position right.
Exactly.
Is that all?
I like this. This guy's actually becoming one of my new favorite Twitter accounts as I'm reading his shit. But he's saying that the Nuggets won because back in 2012, the Nuggets mascot Rocky the Mountain Lion was turned into a human sacrifice. Do you remember that time when they tried lowering him from the rafters on the fucking thing, and they didn't set it up properly, so the lack of blood flow actually made him lose consciousness?
I do not remember that. Hilarious, though.
I'm saying. So yeah, the guy's all like, yeah, this is why the Nuggets won a championship. It's 10 years after the human sacrifice, the fucking voodoo worked.
It's pretty good.
Oh, you can't be serious. Can't be real.
Wrong.
I'll tell you in a second. It's gotta fucking load up first. Why in the name of Christ is this not loading? Oh my god. I gotta fucking Google it now. Thanks, guys.
Take this!
God damn it. I realized what I was supposed to do half a second too late.
Okay, so anyway. Apparently this is a movie that came out in 2010. It's a coming-of-age romantic drama film starring Robert Pattinson. Where Robert Pattinson is boyfriend of this girl who's a student at New York University. And
wait a minute, is this the one where he's in the Twin Towers during 9/11?
yes,
Okay, I know that one.
the twist ending where they fall in love and then she goes into her class one day and the teacher writes on the blackboard it's the date, which is September 11th, 2001. And then it shifts over to Robert Pattinson, who's looking out the window of his father's office, which is on the 101st floor of the North Tower of the World Trade Center.
I'm familiar. I haven't seen the movie, but I'm familiar with this.
Jesus.
Well, when you think about it,
I'm like, this couldn't have been a fucking thing.
the girl
no.
was played by Miley Cyrus, right?
Emile de Raven.
Oh, okay. Why did I think Miley Cyrus?
Yeah, I'm not seeing Miley Cyrus in this cast list. However, Pierce Brosnan was in this movie. He should be ashamed of himself. Anyway, I don't know if the person's still here, but I just read his comments. Beastie Knows, which said, imagine Kyrie, LeBron, and Jokic on the same team. That's disgusting. If Jokic had been taken first overall, he just would have, the same thing would have happened to him happen to Wiggins. It doesn't matter what kind of hype you have and how high you get drafted. Even if Jokic would have deserved to stay, on would have had him traded for Kevin Love anyway because he needed to win now. However, if LeBron just fucked off forever, Kyrie and Jokic would indeed have been an absolutely fucking incredible duo, and I'm sad that didn't happen. Speaking of sad, this is really sad to me. In the 2K my eras, you're only allowed 3 jerseys until you get to the modern era, and then you can start using, you know, whatever. But before you get there, that means you only have your home jersey, your road jersey, and then if applicable, and it isn't always, but if applicable, you have an alternate. Which could either be a home alternate or an away alternate. But
Take this.
in the immediate post-LeBron era Cavs, when they redesigned everything in 2010 for the 10-11 season, the wine and gold that they went back to and everything, I absolutely love the blue alternates that they had. Those are some of my favorites. And when LeBron came back and then they started adding even more alternates, there were a lot of excellent jerseys for that Cavs team. And I was excited to see that in my have LeBron and keep him the whole career Cavaliers franchise. When you get there, you only have the home, which is white, the away, which is red, and the alternate is the yellow ones. And by the time you get any others, it's when they redesign again. And what was the redesign after that?
Nike?
The Nike jerseys,
Yeah.
where they got rid of those looks. So I'm like, oh, so I don't get to have them ever. That sucks! That fucking sucks! But you know, whatever.
The hell? Dude, when I hold down the shield button, you hold out your shield and block his attack, dingbat.
Is that a lightsaber?
It will be. It's the Master Sword.
I don't know why I heard Master Race. But we're gonna get in trouble again. Bogano is the planet I'm... Yeah,
Is that what I said? Or did I say something else?
I think it might have been. Again, I'm, you know...
So, in that Robert Pattinson movie, which ends with the plot twist of it being 9/11, do you think that after it shows Robert Pattinson in the Twin Towers on the day of 9/11, it plays the Curb Your Enthusiasm music?
It doesn't in the remake. No, what actually ends up happening is that it just zooms out. Obviously, it doesn't show the violence or anything, but it shows you that it's 9/11, and then it transitions to him being in the World Trade Center. So then there's just the zoom out of, oh God, we all know what's about to happen here. And then the most bizarre thing is that Norm Macdonald shows up and he says, oh, Gilbert, you're going to get in trouble again. And then the credits start rolling and it shows it was actually directed by Gilbert Gottfried.
Oh, you know, I mean, think about Titanic, which is one of the biggest movies ever made. What is Titanic? It takes a real-life human tragedy and shoves it into the background of a movie so we can watch a pretty stock-standard love story, right?
Yes,
So-
an exceptionally weak and piss poor story.
So, really, it was only a matter of time before they started doing that on with 9/11 as well, right?
Yes, because you're actually exactly correct. It's part of the morbid fascination that people have with like extraordinary spectacles of loss of life. When you think about it, you know, 9/11 just in a vacuum, not even considering anything else. It's still one of the biggest tragedies ever in the entire history of humanity. Like, my God. So, in that sense, yeah, the spectacle, you know, that's pretty dead on. However, Remember Me was made 9 years after 9/11. There was no reality where that was going to be received well, because either it works as an emotional beat, in which case people are still too emotionally close to it, in which case they're just fucking sad, and the movie just makes them sad, and they don't like it, and they don't want to see it because it makes them sad. Or people consider it to be crass, in which case, which is what they did, and then it just sucks shit financially in that sense, because no one wants to support it for just being morally disgusting. you need to wait about 20 years after the event to even start. I would say maybe 10 years from now, like in the 2030s, that might be something we could see more and have it be well received, but...
Oh, in 20 years, we're going to see a movie where there's a wealthy stockbroker who works in the World Trade Center who's also a jerk, who is engaged to a woman who falls in love with the janitor. And it happens to take place on the World Trade Center on 9/11. That's what you're trying to tell me here, I think.
So then instead of letting go and then drowning and sliding into the icy abyss, instead he's going to give her the lone parachute on the 101st floor, and then he'll jump to his death. And then it will be revealed that he was the falling man the whole time.
You know, the parts of Titanic, the movie, that are actually about the boat going down are actually really good. It's too bad that it's all secondary.
And exactly, because literally the movie was meant to just be about the spectacle of the boat sinking. But he needed to justify the shit. So he came up with that hunk of crap. But I mean, it was the highest grossing film of all time for a really long time, so...
I still kind of wonder how the hell that happened.
If there's any one thing that James Cameron as a filmmaker understands, it's how to manipulate audiences the way he wants them to be. Now, that was generally considered to be a very good quality to have for a storyteller, but he doesn't use it to tell amazing stories. He uses it to have incredibly financially successful films. Because he knows how to manipulate people into going to see the movie again and again and again.
That's the idea of Titanic, is the girls like it because of the romance, and the guys like it because of the ship going down.
Right, the guys like it because of the spectacle, the girls like it because of the love story. It's kind of the same thing in Avatar. Because he just used the same love story that had been done many times before in other stories very reminiscent of it, where you have the native girl and the colonizing man falling in love, and the man realizing that what his people are doing is wrong and fighting on the side of the noble savage. Pocahontas, Dancing with Wolves, Fern Gully, all the exact same story that he used in Avatar, done better, more effectively, and more efficiently years previous. But what he tacked on top of that was the spectacle.
There's anything wrong with that as long as your spectacle is good, and in Avatar I think that it is, so...
Right. He deserved the money that he made. You know, and I never said that he didn't. However, I think that there's an extraordinary difference between James Cameron having the highest grossing film of all time when it's Titanic and when it's Avatar versus Christopher Nolan having the highest grossing film of all time when it's The Dark Knight.
Oh, definitely.
And then George Lucas having the highest grossing film of all time when it's the original Star Wars. And then Steven Spielberg having the highest grossing film of all time when it's E.T. It's like none of these was about the spectacle. It was about an extraordinary story, flawlessly executed by a once-in-a-generation filmmaking talent. And it's not to shit on James Cameron at all. It's just like he knows how to do at an excellent level what it is he's trying to do. So instead of relying on trying to tell such an amazing story, which he's done before. James Cameron, the same guy who did Aliens. James Cameron, the same guy who did Terminator 2 Judgment Day. These are some of the most beloved movies of all time. He's shown he knows how to do it. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
But he decided, I can make a lot more money doing it this way. And he was absolutely correct. He made 2 movies in about 15 years. that waiting period between Titanic and Avatar, and both of them made over $1 billion. That's a fucking extraordinary success rate. But considering that Avatar and Titanic both are much worse movies than Terminator 2, Aliens, even True Lies, which I fucking love, one of my favorite action movies of all time, I'm sitting here thinking, man, I wish he just kept focusing on trying to make money by telling good stories instead of just ripping off stories that had already been done and then putting it in the background of an extraordinary spectacle to get people to see it and make a lot of money. It was like when I went to see Avatar in theaters, I had a lot of fun.
Mhm.
And that was the only time I had fun watching Avatar. I've watched that movie probably 6 times since, all of them not in the extraordinary 3D environment. It was never as enjoyable. And I watched Titanic once. When it came out, my family went to go see it in theaters. And that was the only time that I ever bothered to see it, because it's like 3.5 hours long. And the vast majority of that is a really mid woman constantly blathering on about nonsense.
Yeah. I feel like deep down, most people know Titanic's not a very good movie. Though.
Well, they do by now. But it took a while to get there.
Yeah. I mean, the love story is straight out of the 90s. It doesn't even feel like it's taking place in the 1910s. Like, it feels like it doesn't... It's not a good period piece at all. Like, what's an example of a movie that's a really good period piece? Actually, a Christmas Story.
It's been so long since I've seen Titanic because of what I just mentioned. I can't really talk about whether or not I would agree with that sentiment, but I mean, I'm not going to sit here and tell you you're wrong, because in the same way I can't agree, I can't disagree. But, yeah, period pieces generally don't tend to do all that well because there's a lot of the context of how things were that people miss.
Yeah. Like, unironically, A Christmas Story is a phenomenal period piece. That movie is made in, like, the 80s, and it feels so much like the 40s.
How about this?
Like, I think that movie's overrated, but it does that extremely well.
You know, what I'm not looking forward to and what I know I'm going to see a lot of is there's going to be a lot of fans of really shitter Eastern Conference teams who are going to sit there and say we wouldn't have lost to Denver. And the only way to get rid of people saying that is for Miami to keep beating those teams and keep going to the finals and keep getting farmed by Denver. And once Jokic has like 6 rings, no one's going to be saying that shit anymore about, oh, well, we'd have beat him. It's like, no, you wouldn't have. Because, like, think about it.
Take this.
In 1991, when Jordan won his first championship, he won his first championship by beating the Magic Johnson Lakers in the finals. Now, you could sit there and pretend that back then, in 91, fans of Western Conference teams didn't make it. You know, like Blazers fans thinking, man, if we made it, we'd have totally beat them. Or Jazz fans thinking, man, if we made it, we'd have totally beat them. Or Rockets fans being like, man, if we made it, we'd have totally beat them. And then, you know, by the time Jordan retires the first time, it's like, well, you know, I'm not as sure. And then Jordan comes back and he does it again, and it's all like, no one sits here and says that if the Blazers beat the Lakers to go to the finals in 91, that they'd have beaten Jordan. No one says that shit. So we just gotta get past that point. But that's really the only way I could feel better about all this, is to see the Celtics blow it up, just so that I don't have to hear those chimpanzees ever fucking blow on again. I would feel a lot better. Oh, cool, I can customize my lightsaber.
Turn it into a dildo? Or a flashlight?
Yes. Well, I'm gonna keep it blue.
Yeah, I believe it, JS.
That looks stupid. That looks much better.
So apparently it's been confirmed that Disney is going to have Mara Jade in a upcoming Star Wars movie. But I don't know how they're going to use her because of the new contacts.
Yeah, that's going to be really bad. What's going to happen is that saw a stat that the Western Conference is like 17-8 in the last 25 finals. Yeah, the Lakers and Tim Duncan and
Warriors.
yeah, the Warriors over that time frame are just, because I mean, 25, you're going as far back as 1998, so 98, 99. So those first 2 years before 2000, you're already at 1-1. The final year of Jordan, and then the Spurs win their first. The Spurs win their first, and then the Lakers three-peat. Then the Spurs win their second. Then the Eastern Conference wins another one. So now we're at 5-2. Just in 7 years. And one of those is the last year of Jordan. It's already amazing when you think about that 17-8. One of those is the last year of Jordan, and then 3 of those is LeBron. So even though you've got those dominant dynasties in the West taking so many of those championships in the last 25 years, you also have half of those Eastern Conference rings is the last year of Michael Jordan and then LeBron. But also, Dwayne Wade counts for 3 of those too. Hell yeah. So yeah, we're at 2004, so now we're at 5-2, so 7 total. Then 5 was the Spurs again. 6 is the Heat, so now we're 6-3. 7 was the Spurs again. 2008 is the Celtics beating the Lakers, so now you got 7-4. 9 and 10 is the Lakers again. 11 is the Mavs. 12, 13 Heat. 14 Spurs again. 15 Warriors, 16 Cavs, 17, 18 Warriors, 19 Raptors. Showing again how amazing Kawhi is. 20 Lakers again. 21 Bucks. 22 Warriors again. 23 Nuggets. And now we're in for another dynasty.
Barely gotten started.
In the Western Conference.
What if LeBron forces the Lakers to tank next year and get the #1 pick so they can take Toronto #1 overall? What if that's how he plays it? He's like trying to like embezzle money to his son.
Then he'd play. Then he plays one game. Yeah, seriously. Then he plays one game and retires. What a legend.
Hope it was worth it.
See, I like being able to customize my lightsaber. I wish I could customize my character's face, because whoever the model is for this guy is not attractive.
Yeah, they should have gotten Arnold Schwarzenegger to be the model for the Jedi.
Exactly. It would have been better.
Take this.
That is really annoying. Oh shit.
Fall.
I need to start doing that more. That gives me bonus damage. God. Stop. Knock it off. I should have harvested more Sundelions before I went here. But I think that I can still do this. I can at least do this phase. It's going to take hard work, but I can definitely do this.
Alright, sacrifice. Senor Joe, the numbers don't lie. They spell disaster for you. Sacrifice.
Take this.
So the robot handed me a glow stick. What's supposed to do?
The game has stim packs. They heal you, yeah.
Okay, he cracked open the glow stick, and then, okay, now the robot's trying to hump my leg. What the fuck?
Hashtag love wins. God damn it, I hate when he has the sword. Ooh, I actually nailed it first try. Yeah, I'm gonna have to master the flurry timing, I think. I don't think I'm gonna be able to beat him this time around. I don't have enough health left. But if I can get the flurry timing down, I can probably take care of his first stage much quicker next time.
Thrill of battle. That feeling is blood.
Well, I will say this. The final boss in this game is way better than the final boss of Breath of the Wild.
The limits of my power.
Yeah, see, he's got this phase. I don't think I'm going to be able to beat him. I don't have the ability to heal at all at this point.
Far more than you're on this time.
So, good progress. God damn it.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
This decisions.
Don't worry about it. Yeah. Okay, let's see where it sends me. Does it send me back to before the fight, or does it just send me back to that phase? I'm fine either way, because I think I've figured out a pattern here. Oh, JS, Moist Critical. You know who Moist Critical is, right? Penguin Z0 or whatever his name is, Charlie White. He's the guy with like 11 million subs. It might be 12 million now. Pretty sure you gotta know who he is. Alright, let's try it again. But this time... Ah, got him. Okay. That is going to help a lot. I think it is better than the original game. I don't know if it's better in every way, but I do think it's better. Although I should point out, I'm not some huge Zelda fan like a lot of people are, like I know Moist is. Like he grew up with the N64 Zelda games and stuff. I didn't. In fact, every time I try to play the N64 Zelda games, I kind of get bored quickly and move on. But it probably means something a little different to somebody like him. Yeah. And usually, in my experience, when Charlie says stuff about stuff like that, he usually is correct. So when he says Twitch is dying, it's worth listening to, I think. Or at the very least, Twitch has a problem.
Take this.
Like, I think we all know that the reason why Twitch rolled back their ban on sponsorships was not because they realized it was wrong, but because they realized they were going to lose too many of their streamers.
How about this?
Yeah, I know they reneged, but they're going to try to find another way to, you know, squeeze people. Damn it, how did that not? Oh, I got the timing wrong. I went too early. Maybe that was too early too, I don't know. No. Oh, I can't dodge the overhead. Well, yeah. Have you heard about that, JS? What's going on Reddit right now? It's not promising. I don't know if Reddit's gonna die now. It's probably a little too big to die. But it's not good. Although it does prove how degenerate the fan base for Reddit is, in a way, right?
r/sissy hentai BDSM has gone private.
Take this.
Things I never thought I'd read in my life. That's good stuff. That's disgusting.
That isn't. Your
Just got attacked by some giant snail-looking things that fucking exploded when they hit them. It's disgusting.
Your mom is disgusting.
Basically. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Yep.
Hey, since you played this game, let me ask you. On your first run through locations, is it worth exploring a great deal, or should you just go do whatever and then go back and explore later?
I generally like to do exploring. I usually don't remember to come back later. But there's usually stuff you can pick up. Some of it is decorative, which sucks. I really wish, you know, it would like not make such a big deal about like cosmetics. But there is some good stuff to pick up for sure. Okay, so I'm gonna try to not dodge the overhead attacks. I'm gonna dodge the swipes. Like this. Like this. I'm starting to think I should just block and maybe hit a parry on. Damn it. This is not going as well as I was hoping.
Die! Fall!
God damn it. Did the wrong thing.
Fall! Die!
God, my shield's getting slaughtered.
Fall!
How did that do damage to me? I had my shield out. Oh crap.
Coward! Skewer!
Is something else. I had to go into because like my Sonic's franchise is the one I'm taking a lot more seriously. I've invested a lot more time into it. I had to go in and edit the ratings of a lot of different players throughout the league because I don't know why, but in the process of player development that happens league wide, they are massively overrating the amount of perimeter defense the players have. Like I counted, there are over 300 players in the league. In my current season right now, it's the 07-08 season. There's over 300 players in the league that have a perimeter defensive stat over 70. Considering it's a max of 99, that's way too high.
Nice.
Because this became a problem for me that I noticed and I had to go fix because I'm playing against a Spurs team that they replaced Manu with Rip Hamilton. So I got Tony Parker, Rip Hamilton. And who else is on their fucking squad? I should. Tony Parker, Rip Hamilton, Jamal Crawford. And then to round out their starting lineup, they got Nathan Dantley and Tim Duncan.
Nathan Dantley?
Yeah. I think he's just maybe a randomly generated player because it says that he was part of the 2003 draft,
Oh, okay.
which is after this era starts. So he's probably just some guy. But when I look at their fucking, like, I checked in game because, like, Tony was locking Duran the fuck up. I was like, this is wrong. Something's strange here. Tony Parker's perimeter defensive stat by this point in his career, the AI had raised it to 93. I was like, Tony Parker was not at all considered a good defender. He could play the passing lanes, but that's literally true to any guard that had athleticism at all. Like, everyone's lateral quickness is too high, the defensive consistency is too high, the fucking, like, all this shit is too high. So, especially when guys have steal stats in the 40s, but their perimeter defense is in the high 80s, low 90s, I'm like, this is too fucking high. So, now that I fixed it, they got Jared Dudley, who's in his rookie season, has the highest perimeter defensive stat on their team right now is 77, and I'm like, that works. The second highest is Tim Duncan with 72. I'm like, that works. You know, fucking Jamal Crawford had one in the 80s. Rip Hamilton had one, I think it was 89. And I was like, this is too fucking high. I have to bring these down.
We settle this now, Ganondorf! Here I go!
I tired of that.
Now that I've done that, this I agree with. The highest perimeter defensive stats in the league right now, there's 2 people in the league in the 07-08 season right now that have 99 perimeter defense. That's Kobe and Tony Allen.
Yeah.
Second highest, Andre Kirilenko. And I'm like, okay, that shit works. Like, that shit works. When Tony Parker was top 10 in the league in perimeter defensive stat, ahead of guys like fucking, ahead of Jason Kidd, I'm like, no. Dude, no.
That does not pass the smell test.
Exactly. So I said, I don't know what the hell, I don't know what the hell the AI is doing. But all they need to do in order to do that is just have a guy focus on his defensive stats and training since you start his career, and just like that, you become a powerhouse. Which is fine for the player to do for memes, but I'm all like, if I want the AI to develop naturally. You know, having to go up against the Spurs and they're a defensive powerhouse behind the anchor of Tim Duncan, that makes sense. But not being able to get anything because Tony Parker's holding it down, what the fuck?
Tony Parker was that good on defense, he might be the greatest point guard of all time.
Pretty much, like... He was good enough to take the Finals MVP away from Tim Duncan.
He was very good, but he's top 10 all time for point guards, almost certainly, but...
Well, let's see here. Now, in that list, Magic Johnson's not even in the top 5, so let's just... just get that out of the way. Okay. Alright, seriously, so top 10 point guards of all time. Let me see here. Probably have at the top Steve Nash.
Curry, if you consider him a point guard, which I do.
Yeah, Curry at 2, that makes sense. So,
Oscar.
Nash, Curry. Honestly, I'd rather put CP3 in at number 3. Both for, you know, the number laugh and also because I generally think he goes there. Probably have Mario Chalmers at 4. 5,
Isn't it more fun to keep underestimating him?
Well, you are by putting him in 4th and not 1st. No, seriously, 4th would probably be Magic. It would probably be where he shows up. I want to say Lillard's in the top 10, even though he hasn't won anything substantial like a league MVP or a ring or anything. He's just...
What about like Jason Kidd and Gary Payton? They gotta be up there somewhere.
Well, yeah, they're definitely in the top 10. So Magic in 4th. 5th, I'd probably say... About everyone ever.
There's Stockton, Isaiah.
I was just about to say, I'm like, you know how much I admire longevity, so at this point I think I'd say Stockton. So Stockton at 5. 6 is where I'd want to put Oscar. 7, 7, Gary Payton. 8.
You already have Jason Kidd?
No, not yet.
What about Bob Cousy, who couldn't even dribble with his offhand?
Yeah, when you start naming them all off like that, it's all like, yeah, okay. I don't think Tony Parker's in the top 10, but as for you can get him listed in the top 10 when you start thinking about certain types of things. Top 10 of point guards that won a Finals MVP. Top 10 of point guards in terms of being able to shoot the floater. He had a very pretty one. Man, it's a shame Derrick Rose busted.
Marlowe brothers.
Do you think I'd have been able to sneak Chalmers in there according to Getty style if I came up with the list beforehand and then I just threw him in there in like 7?
Well, we'll never know, I guess. Maybe.
Oh, God.
Okay, well, we're making progress. That's the first time we ever made it to this guy's stage.
How much of the game do you think is left?
I'm literally fighting the final boss, but he has like 8 billion stages.
I was about to say, I'm like, are you sure he's the final boss?
Yes, I actually am. I wish I had more items that would actually do what I need items to do.
Oops. Then offensive settings come down here, freelance, filio. This Spurs team can hold this group together, though. They will definitely end up being a contender for years to come. Because this roster in the mid-2000s is actually amazing. Rip Hamilton, Tony Parker, Joe Ingles, Tim Duncan, the Nathan Dantley guy, he's actually pretty decent. He's a 78 overall and an amazing rebounder and defender. They got Birdman, Jared Dudley in his rookie season, Jamal Crawford, and then a bunch of other randomly generated players. But as long as they keep Duncan and Tony Parker on the squad and keep those side guys there, that's a really good team for a 2K.
Alright, well, I completely fucked up, so go ahead and kill me, dude. Yeah.
Okay, bang. Barnacles. Now I have to fucking use
This
her
guy
donut
has
to make
too
sure he
many
doesn't follow me.
phases. Like, the final boss in Breath of the Wild had not enough phases. This guy has too many phases. They haven't found that good medium yet. A good normal amount of phases for a final boss to have.
Well, maybe in The Legend of Zelda Return of the Soy Jacks, the next game, they'll get it right.
We can only hope.
As long as that wasn't on Durant. If it was on Durant, I gotta restart. Okay. Whew.
Damn it.
Pathetic.
Got
It's over.
That is really annoying. I hate it when he pulls this fucking thing out.
Coward.
Oh, bullshit! My sword went right through him! The hell was that? I just got cheated out of 2 hits. I just got cheated the piss out of.
How about this?
hell was that? You can't screen your own man.
Well, you can, I guess.
No. The Spurs are committing a ton of fouls on us that aren't shooting fouls. We've restarted the same possession for now the 5th straight time. And they're in the bonus now, so if they do it a 6th time, then we're gonna fucking start shooting free throws. But I'm like, what are you doing, guys? They're trying so
I thought you
hard.
only got 4 non-shooting fouls per quarter.
I think it's 5 fouls to give.
Oh, okay. For some reason, I thought it was okay.
Maybe it was more in the past, because again, this is the 07-08 season. Maybe the rules changed at some point in the last 15 years. I don't know. Because, fun fact, I learned this, there's no 20-second timeouts anymore. There's 20-second timeouts here, and also in the 80s when I'm doing the viewing franchise, there's 8 timeouts total. Well, actually, technically 9, because you get another one after the half. If you used your 20-second timeout in the first half, you get a second one in the second half. I don't know why.
Damn it. Too early.
Almost.
Well, the jerk store called. They're running out of you.
You're their all-time bestseller. I had sex with your wife. My wife is dead. Well, I guess that's why she wasn't moving.
When you use public restrooms, do you ever utilize the handicap stall? Even though you're not. What happens if someone who's actually handicapped comes to the door?
I'm turning 32 next month. If that ever happens in my life, I'll let you know.
You're not too worried about this scenario?
Not even a little. And what would probably happen is that they would wait. The same as if the stall's occupied and it's not for handicapped people. Just fucking wait.
When you come out and you're clearly not handicapped, what if they get pissed off at you?
I would sit there and say, well, you weren't trying to use it when I came in here. I didn't cut ahead of you or nothing, so I certainly didn't know that you wanted to use this, and if you had asked me, I would have told you to fuck yourself. Just because you're in a wheelchair doesn't mean that I should give a shit about you.
In case you can't tell, this happened in a Curb Your Enthusiasm episode.
That sounds like a fucking curb plot.
Yeah. Larry was using the handicap stall, and then a handicapped guy came in and was waiting. And when he came out and wasn't handicapped, he was like, what the fuck? And then at the end of the episode, Larry's waiting to use the normal stall. And the handicapped guy comes out of the normal stall, and Larry's like, what the fuck? This isn't for you.
Hilarious. All right. It's actually amazing defense. Deron Williams was getting posted up by Tim, and I was like, oh shit. So like I was bringing the help over, but AI Deron reached for the ball when Duncan caught the entry pass, and Tim, in his effort to protect it, actually stepped out of bounds. And I'm like, that's good fucking defense right there.
Do you remember the David Robinson Tim Duncan commercial? The roses are out, Tim, not the daisies.
No.
Classic NBA commercial.
When I think of classic NBA commercials, I think of the weird fucking puppet wife shit from the fucking cutting the cable commercial.
Yeah, I remember that.
Because I remember that was one of my gimmicks on the NBAB, is I'd make poll topics, Doris Burke or puppet wife. And puppet wife kept winning. Oh, man. They did not respect Dorsberg.
Who would?
I don't know, her husband or something.
Her husband respects her the least. He knows what her smarts. He knows what her farts smell like. You have to think about that angle, man.
Try not to, or I wouldn't have enough blood in my brain to.
Oh, Gilbert.
You're gonna get in trouble again. Down there.
David West is used to letting people down. He was on the court for LeBron's uncontested layup. Think about it.
Exactly.
I'll flatten that Demon King!
We're losing by a lot, so I'm not gonna start cooking with D Will being defended by Tony. Now that Tony doesn't have like 99 fucking perimeter defense, this should be a little easier.
Let's take him down together.
Whoa.
We settle this now, Ganondorf.
All proper. Oh hell yeah, I better fucking cook this boy. Good, no defense. Yep, there you go. Oh man. I also simmed ahead to the next season just to see how my players would develop after one more season. Man, when we hit the playoffs, I'm definitely putting it on the hardest difficulty just to, like, I don't want to win. I don't think we're ready yet, but competing would be nice. But man, let me tell you, when I look the season ahead, Durant in his second season develops to his outside shooting stats is 95 mid-range, 95 three-point shot. I was like, holy sh... Yeah, not only that, but Duran also goes crazy. All of his badges go up a tier in rank, so he becomes absolutely ungodly, like Steve Nash tier in terms of an offensive general, and able to just cook everybody he wants off the dribble and get to the basket anytime he wants. And his free throw rating shot up to 97%.
The fuck?
97 is a stat.
Cock-sucking fucker kidding? Lock on to the right Ganon, you cunt. Jesus Christ. I keep hearing that Barry's really good. I've never watched it.
Ball don't lie. That ball don't lie.
Frustrating it must have been to root for a team with Rasheed Wallace on it, knowing he was that talented, and he just couldn't quite put it all together, and he couldn't control himself.
But how frustrating must it have been to root for a team knowing that the ball didn't lie, but you still lost?
Ball didn't lie, LeBron James would shoot like 35% from the free throw.
James Harden would not have hit a free throw in his life. Except for after he got elbowed, of course.
I don't think he could. I don't think he was able to shoot those free throws because of the concussion.
Yeah, I think somebody else took him for him or some shit.
I'm not a homosexual or nothing, but you know, Kobe was naked.
Oh god, I love that. I have no idea what the hell would possess him to say that.
He said he made his
What an
number.
absolute lad.
He said his number with the Lakers was 37 to honor Michael Jackson because that's how many weeks Thriller was the #1 album. Like, what? It's such a random thing. What the fuck?
No, dumbass, what do you... Stick to him.
God damn it, I hit the wrong button.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
I know, JS, I miss Meta World
Holy
Peace as well.
He changed his name to Panda Friend, and then after that he changed his name to Meta Artest.
Are you shitting
Yes. Yes. From Meta World Peace, he changed it to Panda Friend, and then he changed it back to Meta, but now Sandiford Artest. And the Sandiford part is because Sandiford is his wife's last name, I think. Let me check. He changed his first name back to Meta, because I guess he really liked that, but he also wanted to change his name back to Artest, and he combined it to Sandiford Artest, because that's his wife, Maya Sandiford.
No, 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 my shield! Fuck, fuck, fuck! Pull out your shield, you sack of crap. Dude. How do I even get hits in on him? I am incredibly confused on what I'm even supposed to do during this fucking stage. The only thing to do is just be super aggressive. Yeah, that seems to be the only real thing I can do. I mean, I think Derek Fisher's probably more of a representation of that era than Meta JS. Like, Derek Fisher was there for all 5 of those titles. Now we're getting somewhere. That's not bad. God damn it. I need to just stop trying to get hits in after that. Bullshit. Oh, I see what you're saying. Booyah was fun. Like, everybody hated him. Like,
The machine.
everyone hated Booyah.
I brought it up a lot, but to me, my favorite play from the second Lakers championship run with Kobe is when Matt Barnes tried to psych Kobe out with the ball, and Kobe didn't even flinch.
Yeah.
That was an all-timer for me.
Take this.
Jesus Christ. I hate the club. I don't even know what to do against it. I loved Lamar Odom, actually. Such a uniquely talented player. He didn't totally put it together, but he had good seasons. I liked Lamar. He was fun. You know, the Shaq trade ended up not being completely terrible for the Lakers because both the players they got back in that trade ended up making all-star games. Because the other guy was Caron Butler, I think.
Can't take the lid off.
I'm not going to even bother trying to land a hit after those. I'm just going to focus on the sideways swipes. I only need to do that like 4 times, maybe 5. And I get him out of the base, so... That bad. Oh! Wow. That broke instantly. Yeah, Jazz, usually they're the one doing the ripping off. Sometimes they don't even have to do the trade. Like the Magic let Shaq leave in free agency because they didn't think he was that good because I don't fucking know. They're stupid or something.
Let's take it down together.
I mean, Shaq was
It's
worth the
time to
historic
finish it
deal,
off,
though.
Link.
Like, that's a historic player. How is that not worth a historic deal? Like, if Shaq isn't worth the historic deal, then just sell your basketball team because apparently you don't think anyone is. That's like, right. Give me a break.
It's funny because teams learned like all the wrong lessons from Shaq. Because they're like, okay, you got to give him the historic deal when he's when he fucking deserves it. But now, because you never know if he's going to deserve it or not, you better place it better safe than sorry. So you give it to the guy who doesn't fucking deserve it, and then suddenly Mozgov's getting one of the biggest contracts ever. Like, what the fuck?
To my recollection, there was nothing that Mozgov had ever done that indicated he deserved anything close to that contract. Like,
They just assumed that the contracts were all going to go up so much because of the salary cap situation that they figured it would make sense eventually.
fucking cutie.
Why would you fucking walk forward, you cunt? God damn it!
God fucking cock-sucking. Get out of my way.
I don't know if Twitch did this to you. I think they started an ad break while you're doing it.
Yeah, Twitch did that to me. It's fine.
Also, hard to remember, Tony Parker cheated on his wife, Eva Longoria. Kinda
He's
crazy.
French. That's literally all they do. He's fucking French. And he cheated on him with Brent Berry's wife, right?
Yeah. Disgusting.
Somehow didn't get traded after that. You would have thought the Spurs would have been like, oh no, we're not letting this ruin what we built here.
Then she married a Mexican manlet who happened to be a billionaire. The only chance Mexican manlets have make $1 billion.
You know, by that point, I don't even think she was that hot anymore, so I'm kind of surprised she was able to pull that.
That's one of the things, about especially when it comes to Caucasian women, is that ethnic males absolutely fucking worship them, and it's not about how they look, it's just about the status of having a white woman as your girlfriend or wife. And especially if they're a high status one, like, it doesn't matter that he's getting past her prime, Eva Longoria. The only thing that matters is that he can turn to his friends and say, look at that! I bagged me a famous white woman! Which is genuinely pathetic, but hey, whatever.
But Eva Longoria is not white.
Isn't she Italian? Is that the joke?
I mean, her last name's Longoria.
Let me see here. Oh. Yeah, fair enough. I assume she was, because she has light skin, and her first name is Eva, whatever. And, she's Catholic and doesn't speak Spanish, but apparently is, Latina. So, yeah, her parents are Mexican, but they're very westernized, Americanized Mexicans, they don't even speak Spanish anymore. Plus, she's super duper light skinned, so. Because the thing about Latin Americans that are light skinned is that it's, their ancestry is more in line from the European settlers. So, in a way, if you. Katie's getting shot fucked down. I go down.
Why can't I get flurry rushes in on this phase? That is horse crap. God damn it, dude. Yeah, I know my royal shield is badly damaged. Heard you the first time. God damn it. Horse shit. God damn it. Anything I can do? Not really. Yeah, I might not be doing this tonight. This is really fucking hard. And I know there's at least one more phase after this one. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. I forgot I had this. Okay, that's gonna help a little bit. Not nearly as much as it probably needs to. God damn it. This is just way too hard when you can't get the flurries on it. Like, this is unreasonable without the flurries. So I feel like I'm doing something wrong. That was such fucking horseshit what just happened, like... Oh, I can't believe I got out of that. I can't believe that wasn't a dodge.
Why the fuck would you do that, you moron? God damn it.
Oh my god! Okay, no shield now, so that's cool. Oh, well, yeah. This is gonna end well. This is fucking ridiculous, dude. They made the end boss way too fucking long. Oh my god, dude. Dude, I gotta end the call. I gotta focus up.
Yeah, hey, no problem.
Mm-hmm. Okay, guys. You probably won't be able to hear me very well. I don't feel like switching the mics right now, but I gotta get over here.
Is that all?
Okay, go ahead, kill me.
Pathetic. How about this? Is that all? Go! Die! Fall!
this!
Show the demon king who's boss, Link! Sorry it took so long.
Let's take it down together,
We settle this now, Ganondorf!
Die during it, I'm going to be so mad. Like, you guys have no idea how mad I'm going to be.
If I die during this phase,
will yet rule this land. It will not stop me. And the immortal will not stand in my way. Mind, everything. Sacrifice it all to destroy you. And cast this world into eternal night.
it takes forever. I think I'll be able to do the rest of this.
Is that the end of the fight?
Okay. Hopefully that was it. See, I don't know why that's become such a trend lately. A boss with like 8 phases, and then the last phase is like easy. And every other phase is like extremely excruciatingly hard. did it. Okay, I know there aren't very many people around here right now, but we beat the game. Ooh, boy. Alright. So, unfortunately, I really wanted to do the Final Fantasy 16 demo tonight, but obviously there's no time. That was really the only part of the game that was stressful, JS. Like, that was the only part of the game that was really hard. I avoided doing some stuff that would have been harder, probably, like the Hinoxes, but that was the only part of the game that frustrated me. But, that being said, this is not a chill game. Like, when I say chill game, I'm thinking, like, Animal Crossing. Well, tomorrow I'm going to do the Final Fantasy 16 demo. That came out today. I wanted to do it today, but obviously there's no time. Dude, why is this taking so fucking long? Like, nobody said anything. There's no exposition. But anyway. I might... I need to beat Elden Ring, but that's going to be stressful. Then Final Fantasy 16 comes out near the end of the month. I've already pre-ordered it. It actually, I think, comes out in 9 days, if I remember correctly. I might try, Animal Crossing. I've been talking about doing that one for a while. That's probably the way things are going to work. Oh, God. I have to do this now, too? Okay. Oh, God. Interactive cutscenes make a game better. Link and Zelda are fugging until the room stinks. Everybody.
Link, how are you?
I like how I'm still basically naked the way I was when the game started and they don't give you any armor.
I was... We reached you, after all. He's gone. The Demon King. I'm not in a dream, right? You did it. Oh, Link, you really did it. But how am I... No, I understand. I had been sleeping all this time. But when I felt something, like a warm, loving embrace, I woke up. Thank you. Link, I met such wonderful people. I saw Hyrule as it was. I have so much to tell you. So much happened. Oh, Link, I'm home.
Alright, we did it. Alright guys, the credits are rolling. I got stuff I gotta do, so rather than just sit here and watch credits, I'll just let them go. You guys can watch them if you want to, and I'll be back when I'm able to come back. All right. Well, I'm gonna run ads, and then I'm gonna do the review, I guess. May as well do it now, even though it's late. I don't know if anybody's still here or not, but in a few minutes here, I'll go ahead and do my impromptu Zelda review, and it'll go up on the channel tomorrow morning, I guess. Don't think so. Oh boy. Okay. Yeah, that's what you're crying, little fucking fag. Because we haven't signed with our spoon. Yeah, that's because we. That's because Russell's a bad buddy. First, I hope you good. All right, let's go ahead and do it. All right. Um, so if you happen to be in the stream right now, I'm about to do my Zelda review, and this is mostly for the YouTube audience. So I'm not really going to be looking at chat in case anybody wants to say something. I'm not going to see it, and I'm not really going to have anything to say to anything that anybody's going to say about it because it's not a conversation; it's a review. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Hope you guys are doing well. And with not a whole lot to talk about right now in the realm of Seahawks stuff, although I do have a few things planned in the coming week or so. I thought now would be a good time to just throw out my review of a video game that came out last month that I just finished as of this recording like 20 minutes ago. Literally just beat it, just got through the end credits, just got through everything, and now I'm here to do my review of the most recent Legend of Zelda game, The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. So, Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Now, before we talk about this game, I want to give a little bit of my own personal backstory when it comes to a game like this. Zelda is a franchise that I haven't had as much exposure to and am not as familiar with as most people. There are definitely a lot of people out there to whom Zelda games mean way more than they do to me. A lot of people grew up playing the SNES Zelda, the Super Nintendo Zeldas, the Nintendo 64 Zeldas, and they consider those games to be some of the greatest games ever. Even younger people loved Breath of the Wild, which was released, I believe, 6 years ago. There are some people who grew up with maybe a game like Wind Waker or Twilight Princess. games like that, and those games mean a lot to them. That's not really me. I didn't grow up playing Zelda very much. When I was a teenager, as part of kind of a retro trip that I took most summers when I was not in the middle of school stuff, I went through the original Legend of Zelda and Zelda Link to the Past. This was like in 2004, 2005. I like those games. I thought they were good. Um, that's really about it in terms of like old Zelda exposure. Earlier this year, I went through Breath of the Wild for the first time, and I really liked it. I thought it was a really good game. So that's kind of it. I played a little bit of Zelda 2 The Adventures of Link. I didn't like it. Played a little bit of like Ocarina of Time, and that's a game that people go nuts for. That's a game that people have a crazy amount of admiration, respect, and love for. I don't know. Maybe I'm just missing the boat here. Maybe it doesn't age well. I don't know. Every time I try to play it, I just get bored and give up after like a couple hours. So I didn't grow up with that game. I didn't grow up playing any of these games really. So Zelda doesn't mean to me what it means to a lot of people. So understand that as you're watching this. I can only really report on my own experience. And my experience is not one of somebody who loves this franchise and plays every Zelda game and considers Zelda to be some amazing franchise. It's a pretty good franchise. I've enjoyed most of the games that I played. I wouldn't even call games like Ocarina of Time bad. I just keep losing interest. So, by the way, one of these days I may do something about that on stream. So, just something to keep in mind. But anyway, I did like Breath of the Wild quite a bit. I thought it was a really good game that was kind of bordering on great. And I was excited for this one. I was excited to see what they were going to do in Tears of the Kingdom that was different. I figured it was going to be similar to Breath of the Wild. And for the most part, that is basically those two things kind of define my experience here. It is like Breath of the Wild. Some people seem to believe annoyingly so. And there is also a decent amount of new stuff improving on the original game that I think is enough to at least make it not just a rehash. Like you played sequels before. I think we all have. We've all been here where you play a sequel to a game that you loved and you just feel like you're playing more of the original game, and that's okay, but it's not exactly what you're looking for with a sequel. You want something new brought to the table here. There's a little bit of stuff brought new to the table here. It's not a ton, but it's a little bit. I think it's enough. I mean, at the end of the day, Breath of the Wild came out 6 years ago. So if we get one game like this every 6 years, that's not the worst thing in the world. It's not like Assassin's Creed where they make a new game every year, or Call of Duty where they make a new game every year. That might get old. So let's spend a little bit of time just talking about some of the basic and more obvious stuff just to kind of get it out of the way. This is the not so interesting stuff. The story, plot, and characters of this game are okay. They work perfectly fine for the kind of game that this is. This is not trying to do anything too elaborate or fancy. It's a hero saves the world and rescues the princess story. Little bit of window dressing, not a lot. Little bit of character stuff, but not a lot. Very similar to what you saw in Breath of the Wild. So if you played Breath of the Wild and your experience with that game was kind of like, that was a story that wasn't really worth paying attention to, but it was one level above, like, just bare bones. It's roughly similar here. There's a little bit of backstory stuff, a little bit of character stuff. If you do a lot of the side quests, you can learn stuff about the lore, and some of it's fine, but it's not really anything that pulled me through the game. I freely admit I kind of tuned out on some of the finer details of the plot as this game went on because it just was all pretty generic to me. But that stuff's fine. The characters are fine. It's like the first game basically. Pretty simple stuff. Little bit of window dressing. It works. Um, I also want to get this out of the way because everybody is saying it when they're talking about this game, and they're right. But at the same time, I don't want it to drag down the overall impression of this game that I have, because a lot of people have correctly slammed this game for not running very well, and not looking all that good. It basically looks exactly like Breath of the Wild. Same graphics, same frame rate, same. I mean, it's even the same world almost. It adds the depths and the sky islands, but we are definitely talking about a game here that is not trying to impress you visually beyond what you saw in Breath of the Wild. So, a next gen game, what are we on now? Gen 9? A Generation 9 video game that costs $70 should not look like this, should not run like this. I'm about the millionth person to point this out, so I'm not saying anything too original or new. So I'm not going to spend too much time on it, but yeah, it is kind of bogus that this game costs $70. And unlike most games that cost $70, which will eventually get a price drop, you know this one won't. This one will not be getting a price drop pretty much until 5 years from now, when everybody who has any interest in playing it has already played it. So yeah, that's a problem. Supposedly we're paying the extra money on new releases this generation, $70, because it takes more money and more effort to make a current gen game, but this game looks like a high-end GameCube game. So that's not present here. So yeah, that is a little bit of a problem, but here's the thing, guys. I'm used to it. I'm not going to get upset about it. It is worth pointing out, but this is Nintendo. Nintendo does this. Nintendo releases Pokemon games on the Nintendo Switch that look like they could have come on like a slightly improved PlayStation 2. And those games sell like crazy, and everybody spends full price on them. So why would they do anything different? And at the end of the day, you don't go to Nintendo games to be impressed visually. If you do that, you're in for a bad time. The game, the scope of the game, the things on screen in the game look cool. There are some cool moments in it, but overall, yeah, if you're here for a graphical and visual experience, you're not going to get it. Just wanted to go ahead and push that out of the way. But I think that this game, the scope of what is going on in this game, like the size of the world and the way in which you can explore it, it's enough for you to kind of forget about how lackluster the look of the game can be sometimes. So, all that stuff out of the way, what can I say about the stuff that really matters here? What are we really here for? We're here for gameplay, right? This is a Nintendo game. This is a Zelda game. We know we're not getting great graphics. The Switch isn't really capable of doing that much better than this anyway. We're not here for a captivating story or amazing characters. We're here for gameplay. The gameplay in this game is going to remind you a lot of Breath of the Wild, which, again, I am totally okay with. But there is enough new stuff going on here for me to feel like they spent the last 6 years relatively wisely. So it's the same Hyrule, same continent. So you're traveling around in areas that are probably going to look very familiar to you. You're going to see some familiar towns, familiar villages, familiar general layout. But two things have been added to make the world bigger without actually adding another continent. There are sky islands now. You can launch yourself high into the air and go to these sky islands, these big floating islands in the sky. You can go there. You can find items. You can learn how to navigate the islands. You can find shrines up there. You got to get pretty good at uncovering where those islands are. You got to be pretty good at finding a way to get there. So that is the main addition from Breath of the Wild to Tears of the Kingdom. They decided to throw in those islands, which, I mean, they're okay. I don't have a ton to say about them. I didn't find every single one. I know that, but for the most part, yeah, they're a little bit generic. They're all just kind of floating giant rocks in the middle of the air, and they're just basically more land you have to explore, more areas you have to go through, and it's okay. And then you have the depths, which is underground. And I didn't really like the depths that much. It was mostly frustrating every time I had to go down there. It's completely pitch black. You have to find these, I'll call them light bulbs. They're not, they're light roots, I guess they're called. And you have to light up the area down there. You have to throw a lot of the light bulb plants around in order to light up the ground. You, I don't know. I didn't like the depths all that much. I didn't spend a ton of time down there. Mostly went down there when I had to. Um, I will say that I think there are going to be some people out there who are going to get a kick out of exploring and trying to uncover the entire depths because the depths are not that different in size from the continent. It's basically an entire underground level to the continent. So that will take a lot of time, and some people are going to get a kick out of it. I didn't hate it. I wasn't super into it, though. It kind of felt like the same area repeating over and over and over again. You do find some cool stuff down there, isn't a ton, but overall, it was just kind of like, oh, more stuff to do. It wasn't anything that blew me away. It wasn't anything that made me think, like, oh, this game's way better than Breath of the Wild because they added this. My the things that I like about the game are largely the same from Breath of the Wild. I like the exploration. I like the attempts at realism, which don't go too far, but go just far enough, like temperature, armor adjusting depending on what temperature you're in, whether or not armor is going to be effective or not, whether or not you're going to lose health because it's too cold or too hot, stuff like that. I thought that was really cool. The cooking system is really cool. Um, I was okay with the combat system in Breath of the Wild, and the combat system here is basically the same. You pick up a lot of weapons and you use them to hit a guy like 3 times, and then the weapon breaks. And I think it's a little much in Breath of the Wild. I've played plenty of games where your weapons break after use, and some of the weapons in these new Zelda games break immediately. They're made of glass. I think it's a little overdone, and I wish some of the weapons lasted a little bit longer than they do, but it is what it is. You learn to adjust. Um, it's pretty good. I will say I find the combat to be a little too inconsistent to really work on the level of a Souls game or Elden Ring, where the combat is basically perfect. Like you hit a button and the button does what it's supposed to do, and you feel like there's a consistency there. Like if I do the right thing, will be rewarded. In Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, I feel like sometimes that's not the case. I feel like sometimes you push the right buttons, you do the right things, and there are little inconsistencies in the combat that can lead to a different result. And when you're doing combat against like some of the minotaurs in this game, and of course the previous game, that is a problem to me. I need the controls to work the same way every time so I can actually beat an enemy that is really hard to beat, that I have to hit a lot and can only get hit a couple times by. But it's good. It's just not as clean as the best games in that genre. So that's all the same. The hang up, excuse me, not hang up, opposite of hang up. What's the opposite of hang up? Drop down. Oh, the thing about this game that stands out to me, there are really two things that make me think this game is not only worth playing despite being similar to Breath of the Wild, but is better than Breath of the Wild. Are first, we have the powers that Link gets throughout the game from the sages. Those powers were a lot of fun. In the first game, you got powers, but this game they completely changed them up. Now you can weld items together to create contraptions, to create vehicles, to create um, all kinds of cool different things, to create weapons. There's so much potential within that adding that to this game, which some people have pointed out makes the game feel like Minecraft as much as anything else at times, was a great idea. I loved it. There's a mechanic to turn back time for a particular object, kind of made me think of It Takes Two. There was a one where you can jump through the ceiling, and if there's a valid floor above you. It'll take you up. It'll basically allow you to move straight up from your position to a floor above you. That was cool. There was another one. What was the other one? Um, oh yeah, well, of course, there's like the camera and stuff. That stuff carries over from the old game. But shoot, what was the other one? Oh yeah, there's an auto build system where you build something and it remembers it, so you can instantly build it later if you get the parts together. That was awesome. Great idea. Takes a lot of the busy work and downtime out of this game when you're trying to construct stuff, because building like vehicles, building structures, building barricades, building weapons is a huge part of what you're doing in this game. So I loved the new powers in this game. I thought they were better and radically different than the ones in the first game. And to me, that made all the difference. Every time you go into a shrine or a temple, what you're going to have to do is just so different because of the nature of your powers in this game compared to the first game. That keeps things fresh without drastically changing the way the game plays. You also have four CPU controlled teammates. Actually, by the end of the game, there are a lot more. But you have these CPU controlled teammates that assist you in combat, which I liked. I will say I got a little frustrated with them running away from me all the time. I felt like they often were not doing the best possible job of helping me in combat, but it was a good way to get through fights without burning your weapons or putting yourself in danger. You would just utilize them, and I liked it. It was another thing that was fresh from the first game, so that's actually a second thing. It does occasionally make the game too easy. I think it's telling that the game gets really hard at the end when they take those guys away from you. But that's not something that I'm gonna hold against the game. Like at the end of the day, you can just choose to not use them as much if you're finding they're making the game too easy. Maybe you could argue that. And the third thing, I'm gonna throw a third thing out there now that I think was a step up from the first game. The ending. Now, I'm not gonna say the ending was perfect, because whereas Breath of the Wild's ending was way too short and way too easy, as in I didn't die once against the final boss, this one is way too long and maybe a little too hard. But at the end, I kind of feel like they had the right amount of hardness. Like, the boss is fun. I liked figuring out the patterns. I liked figuring out what I needed to do. I liked kind of figuring out ways to get damage in without taking damage myself. That's great. Like, that kind of reminded me of Dark Souls Elden Ring boss. And that's great. But it's so long, and there are a bunch of cutscenes. Their boss has like 6 phases, and it's like, okay, you went too far. There's like a middle ground between too short, which was the first game, and too much, which is this game. But it's better. I would rather have it be too much than too little. So I gave Breath of the Wild an 8.7. I would give this an 8.9, an improvement. All right, that's my review. Let me know what you guys think down below. Final Fantasy 16 comes out in 9 days, I believe, and that will be the next game. So see you guys later. Go Hawks, and let me know what you thought of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. All right, guys, that'll do it. I'm going to go ahead and get out of here. Everybody have a good night. It is 2:30, way too late. Gotta go.